Also attended.
Mr. Nominee, please be mindful of time. I said 2-3 minutes.
I was somewhere.
Yeah, and I think you're on your 5th minute now.
I did my secondary education in Sandma Secondary Technical School, now known as Azantulo Senior High School, 6th form in Nandom Secondary School, University of Ghana, where I was privileged to be in the Great Commonwealth Hall. I did my MPhil at the University of Bergen in Norway and obtained my doctoral degree at Simon Fraser University in Canada. I hold a PhD in archaeology, an MPhil in archaeology, an international certificate in archaeology, a Bachelor of Arts in history and archaeology, and a middle school living certificate. Mr. Chair, I think this will suffice for now. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. And you are welcome once again. I am going to now give the floor to Honorable Minority Leader for his introductory remarks. Leader, you are on the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nominee, kindly read before you a post made by you in September 2024, and that would be the foundation point for my remarks. Thank you.
Most grateful, Mr. Chair. The post, obviously, is one that I made. It bears my name and my image. And it reads, with your permission: the corrupt, useless, and reckless Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government would rather deploy the military to chase phantom grain smugglers than deploy the military to deal with the Galamsey menace. Then again, what do you expect from a government party that is profiting from the destruction of our forests, the pollution of our water bodies, via illegal mining? Is it not evident that the so-called fight against illegal mining by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government is a hoax? A vote for DMB/MPP is a vote to upgrade the Galamsey menace. Let's rescue and reset Ghana for our collective good. The alternative is the only option. Vote JDM/NDC. Grateful, Mr. Chairman.
My respected colleague, the first paragraph of your statement do you stand by this, or you believe that with the benefit of hindsight you could have used a more measured language as a politician? I understand you made this on the 4th of September in the heat of campaign, but would you say that you could have been more measured in the language you use on first paragraph?
Honorable Chair, with hindsight, I must admit that the language was rather harsh. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. This comes without doubt, you being of the academia stock, and you've earned my respect. That said, let's have a look at paragraph 2 of the same statement. What are your views on that as well?
Most grateful, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, whilst it is fair to admit that the content of this post could have been better presented, I must admit that it was influenced by the Professor Frimpong statement as contained in the report that was in the public domain for discussion. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
But Honorable Nominee, the Frimpong report is not before us. In your report, in your post, you said, then again, what do you expect from a government that is profiting from the destruction of our forests and pollution of our water bodies via illegal mining? You see, you are not talking about the Frimpong report, though it's not before us, was talking about excesses of some individuals, like we have today. Today, your government is less than 2 months, but you know that last week, the minister, Omar Kofi-Boa, came to lament as to certain actions of people who are party members and are doing certain things. So I just want us to situate things right. You know, can we loosely also say that because a constituency chair is doing something and same is even affecting the image of government, it is the government? So, respected colleague, please give us an appropriate answer in respect of paragraph 2 so that we can make progress. Most respectfully.
Most grateful, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, given the context provided by the Honorable Member, it is only fair and appropriate that I concede that I was rather too excessive in blaming an entire government for the infractions of a few. I'm grateful.
Now, the last paragraph. The first part of your last paragraph would address it, but the second part of your last paragraph is a political statement. So that one, I will not take you on that, because the first part is a vote for DMB MPP is a vote to upgrade the Galamsey menace. We will deal with that. You did full stop. Then you continue with the second sentence. Let's rescue and reset Ghana for our collective good. The alternative is the only option. Vote JDM and NDC. After that one, it's a political statement. It's normal. You were campaigning. Why not? You are not supposed to sing my praise. But the first sentence of the first paragraph, upgrading the Galamsey menace. Could the language have been different?
Given my responses so far, I would admit so.
Chairman, for the records, I am done with Honorable Clement Apak. I don't have any question again. It is only fair that when a nominee appears before us, constitutionally he's qualified under Article 78, and key matters that are of controversy, he is honest enough to say he's sorry about it or he takes them back. I do not think that, for my purpose, I have any more to say. I will yield to the expert in his field. Dr. Educhum is here. You know, you are going to deal with education matters. And my colleague Buama and Mustafa and Deputy Leader, they are here to deal with you on other matters. But for me, I am done with you. Save that, I want you to address us on your experience as a parliamentarian thus far in two languages, Dabani and Kasim. So first, share with us your experience as a member of parliament, what you've learned since you entered parliament. Say all of that to us in Dabani to inspire the youth. When you're done, we go to Kasim, and perhaps we may do Hausa.
Grateful. Mabi, Umboya, Yulinga Clement Abasa Park, Kanjado Nyama, Mananya MP, Nti Bulsa South. Nekana Parliament ma, Ntume Pam, Nsong, Bulsa South. Nishiama Ejabi Nyama Ninya approval Netum Nti Ganza Kabiso Intetiza Umboya Namuna Sante. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Akbak, now in Kasim, let the youths understand that it takes humility to rise to eminence, and it takes industry to rise to eminence, and through merits you get to higher heights. Let them be inspired by this in Kasim. Thank you.
Great, Mr. Chairman. Kasnaba Mama Awaraba Ayabumu Abamelone Ana yetu anuno nchamo ako mujiburu omanundo nga dibi yende na lopatu kumama sere pasba school sewata sodane sedna rikete sejwane bade Bakinona Bawamba World Manto Commence de Como Anayotu Anunko de over school Akoko de over school Ama we willene but the willene Pawana school Pazam IMP Ani apak neji yozento sataye one of his school apa ibe sine deroba abande abajim yo atayi MPs akama mali ngrane akinle ona mucha akinle.
Thank you. So finally, there is free SHS. The youths are benefiting. Some parents may not be appreciating the value of free SHS. Say it in tree. Say something in tree to encourage parents that in spite of everything, they should encourage the girl child to attend school and benefit from the free SHS. Say it in tree for me. Free SHS.
Honorable
Talk
Chairman.
about the benefit of free SHS to parents.
Honorable Chairman, Madam Secretary, Yenina Ajetum, say free senior high school, a policy. Eti I was say yet to me a boy and modern. Na Yamaya Mano. Wamoko school. Now also Dachi. Omuntu mbenya mpinfo na omu ho abonfaso ama omubusinfo ene omanga enti awofo ena abofo nyina obia ama nemre na oma ne ba enko school ni bi na
Honorable Nominee, the woman, the girl child. That's the
and baba oma ne baba enko school na I can say the bema bet me aye no yen ka say oba bet me aye ya say oba bet me aye ya na abuso nti akonya na aba no ye ma ye mama no wo mo so mo faso no mo ko school wo mo ko free SHS ni bi na mo ho aso faso amenya beda masibere.
And Doc, do you assure the country that the loopholes you find in the implementation of free SHS, you will do all you can to fill in the gap as you promised Ghanaians? I want that one to be also intrigued. Then we'll conclude with Hausa.
Yo, minimum. I says, or share free SHS Abelia. Yen I also get to say, now so, yes, answer him say, Yama community at Touchmont. Eti John Amani, Mamma, and I buying. Ah, Masha, seen and say, you know. I shall bob. Say, Yabba crack. See the bear. Free senior school. A bit me as soon for swore. I change the S1.
So finally, in Hausa, assure the teachers, the newly recruited teachers who have received their letter terminating their appointment, that, effort will be made to see to it that the concerns expressed about its address. I'm saying concerns expressed. This one is from the chair to you in Hausa. Thank you very much.
Nagori, Nagesu Kuduka. Kenekunzina. Akwe waransu tichochi. Nde mungia sufuta kadang se mududuba kende ai ankaos kaman suzo sugwada yaram dara school ba abinde munche muna kore tichochi ba waranga na abinde ya faru na sini ya beri mungi ya suberi mududu ba se mugeni kende ya sa sun samu acina in acina sun samu si bisan hanya nde ya kamata kowa samu aci sire ba wahala amma waɗanda acin na ya shiga hannunsu sai takarar da sun tere si an ba su acin na ba takara sosai ba suna ya kamata mu duba cikin ne. So kar kowa ya ji tsoro, mun gode Allah.
Doc, I think that at this point, the youth of Ghana who have lost their employment at the Education Ministry and at GES feel very assured for what you have just said by way of assurance. Thank you very much. I think my colleagues will proceed with yes. Thank you. Chairman, thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Minister, just a second. I'm here to do my opening remarks. Mr. Nominee, Honorable Nominee, you have spoken a few languages here. Some I understand, some I don't, some others understand. But as Honorable Leader said, we are talking to the people out there. So I want you to assure the same people out there that this government will not cancel free education, but it will make it better and enhance it. No, please. In all the languages you have just spoken. Thank you.
Mkobisale mabisa, mapusi ni mena, mede lani bika, Dr. Clement Abasina, akalinin. Maka bisi tibusna mena lwa mena nuwom. Anjo mama likwesi namla, admango ngopola, wa mena abasu sulo. Pwezinkana ale free SHS wa te kanti kweku tenti kumusuma atunia te kumawa mina manene jam minu ya no amore mi cheo bia me shamubo sere mampini jona mama she gani na bono se free school policy no, any program no. Won't you want to watch? Onwa aka say aba. Yen na yasum. Na nyoma ato shima ewo ho. Aye na yen say kwakwa. Ebe na asum foso, a chen foso ayesu no. Ebe kwakwa. Te mo obi ambo. Free senior school die. Aba. Yenina so yes mabe mpoe John mama mone nyate president ni yalia ni free senior school ma dimpene okusanle Anina, abora mama. Duko your mama. Did any NDC? What abra mama? Who free senior school na tutu? Obadai, Ochoko, Ojako, Oze. Konake, Yukubama, the mama. Na kuna la teto oja ku mama siku welba akama mali ora boche which language is left very well. So I've done Buli, I've done Kasam, Abdanchi Mabempuya Mbamini Yelia Nijo Mama Wonkanama Dabiamka Free Senior High School Ma Obian Sang Dimbeni Mpoya. Mr. Chairman, I want to add one as well. Mbamine mamine Yansma the back John the man mama on one when no NDC government ne Kata Banka Penatiora Ka Free Senior High School ma Free Senior High School Kanyele Kukun Sam Free Senior High School Kuna Malon Koviala Katinotona Atuam Jaja Umpuea Jabarka. Great Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. I'm now going to open the floor, and I will call in the former Education Minister. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations to the nominee on your nomination as the Deputy Minister for Education. I know where you are going, and I've sat in that seat before. I know you didn't get the time to also tell the country that you spent part of your youthful days in my famous hometown, Jachi. And so you and I share some relationship in regards to that, even though you were my fiercest critic whilst I was at the Ministry of Education. Honorable Nominee, Honorable Chair, I'll be grateful if the nominee can speak to us about the state of STEM education in Ghana today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is right. Indeed, I did spend some time in Jachi, and I attended Jachi Anglican Primary School. I must put that on record. Mr. Chairman, STEM is the future. STEM is an abbreviation that stands for the study of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Indeed, STEM education in Ghana is in progress. Clearly, the previous government had done some good work in that area. As a member of the Education Committee in both the 7th and 8th parliaments, I have sat through meetings and presentations and participated in the approval of facilities aimed at promoting STEM education. The Chairman, as we speak, I am aware that we currently have 10 STEM schools at various levels of completion. My briefing informs me that one has been completed and indeed is operational. If we are to make progress as a nation and to take advantage of and to prepare the future of this nation, which is our wards, our children, to participate fully in the fourth industrial revolution, we must continue to invest in STEM and to expand facilities to ensure that every Ghanaian child benefits from STEM education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A follow-up or your next question?
A follow-up, please.
Okay.
Please go ahead. In terms of the briefing, 7 schools are operational and more to come. So that's 10 schools. That's just for the record. But I also would like, Mr. Chairman, of your permission for the Honorable Nominee to share with us how their STEM is capital intensive. How is he going to support his minister in terms of mobilizing resources to make sure that the STEM agenda will continue? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, my minister has already made a number of significant public statements with regards to the educational sector, and in particular, his willingness and readiness to build on what has been bequeathed to us by the previous government. Clearly, STEM is a capital-intensive endeavor, and we cannot rely on only government or public resources if we want to succeed in the manner in which we all anticipate. So if my minister was to seek my opinion, I would suggest that in addition to mobilizing local resources, we reach out to bilateral and multilateral partners, as well as donor organizations to support the effort. I know, for example, that the Mastercard Foundation has played a significant role in supporting the government and the Ministry of Education, and I think we can shop around for similar organizations and institutions to support our effort to promote and perhaps mainstream STEM education. I'm grateful.
Honorable Former Minister, before you go on to your second question, would you please let me allow Honorable Roxon to do a follow-up on your question? Thank you. Honorable Roxon, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Dr. Park, the concept of STEM schools, is it new? I am aware that when we were in secondary schools in the 90s, government introduced what we call the science resource centers, resource facilities, and even added buses. Now, how is that different from, so essentially the STEM as a concept, is it new?
Honorable Chair, the short answer is no. The concept of STEM is not new. But the concept of STEM schools is new.
Now, if the concept of STEM and STEM schools is not new, can you briefly tell us when STEM was introduced into our educational system in this country? Briefly.
Very well, Mr. Chairman. The Chairman, I don't have this information immediately available. But I am certain that the concept of STEM is not new. I'm grateful.
Chairman Dumelo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, please continue with your second question. Thank you.
My second question, Honorable Chair, is to ask the nominee, based on his briefing at the ministry, what subjects have been offered in the STEM fields that has never been offered in this country before.
Grateful, Mr. Chair. Indeed, I have become aware, both as a member of the Education Committee of the 7th and 8th Parliaments, and from the briefing, that a number of subjects have been introduced, and they include biomedical engineering, aeronautics engineering, manufacturing, agricultural science, and I believe, yes, these are the ones I can remember for now. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Please, please answer the question. If you haven't done. Oh, you going for a third question? All right, not a follow-up, a third question. And that will be your final question. Please go ahead.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. My last question is on the implementation of the free senior high school, specifically on the feeding of the students. We've heard a lot of things during the campaign time, manifesto time. I want to find out from the nominee, based on his briefings, how are the students going to be fed by your government? Thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, one of the topical issues that dominated the 2024 electioneering campaign was the way forward with regards to how best to address some of the challenges affecting the free senior high school program. And one of them was in the area of feeding. The Chairman, as I speak, the current arrangement, which is temporary. I say temporary because the John Dramani-Mahama-led government is yet to present a budget. So the intervention that has been made at the moment is to provide resources to the heads of the institutions to procure food to feed the students. That is the current arrangement. I'm grateful.
Mr. Minister, I believe you have exhausted your question, unless you've done your 3 questions. Thank you very much. A follow-up to your third question. You are encouraging him to do a follow-up, or he wants to do a follow-up? All right, okay. Minister, go ahead.
Honorable nominee, I congratulate you in advance, and I believe that when you sit in the seat at the ministry, it's going to be an interesting one. But we can always now call on the Education Committee, and we'll support you to succeed. Thank you.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman, and I'll do just that.
Thank you very much. Minister, I'll now yield the floor to Adia.
Thank you, Chairman. Sanda zuwa. Tambayar da zan yi maka yanzu ga cikin Hausa zan yi. kuma ina son ka mayar mini cikin Hausa, cikin Dagombanci da cikin Buli. Uku nan nake so ka mayar mini. Yanzu haka ga akwai tambayan da aka riga ya tambaye ka. Da ya zama na bisan free education na secondary school. Bisan wannan zambi, ka sasata muna game da yadda za ka amsa mini. Daya, an tambaye ka aka ce, free senior high yana da kyau ko bai da kyau. Yanzu, katun amsa, free senior high yana da kyau. Amma akwai abin da ya kamanci a yi ciki. Akwai abin da muka ce an yi, inda aka ce an review. Ina son ka sassata ne, me yasa za a review, me aka ganci aka ce an review. Free senior high, mu ya NDC.
Na gode. Na gode ma. Abin da ya sa an ce an review free senior school na ba wai bai da kyau ba, yana da kyau. Amma an ka gani kan da program na da ya zo na wurin da yara na sun kwana wahala ne. Yau da muna firan ga ba su duka ne yara duka suna ce gaba daya sai su zo gaba daya ba. Waransu sun ce waransu suna gida. Abin da ya sa nan wurin da sun kwana nan ba kowa ya samu fili kwana ba. Na biyu, wurin abincinsu sima yara waransu abincin da bai ke su bai yawa ba. Wadda kuma abincin da an ba su na abinci guda gare an ba su shinkafa kamar bamba guda suna ci shinkafa gare. Sima ya kamata mu duba. Wanda ya makara burin school na kuma sima yana da damuwa. Yara sun yi su school sai muna nema kamar sun kwana school wata uku, amma kafin na bai ke wata biyu sai a gyara su gida. So waranga ne ya bari mun giya mama mun duba program na mama sai mu jajara sai ba mu amfani fi amfani da muna samu na. Be other language idea.
Chairman, point of order. Point of order.
Very well. Chairman.
After that, you grant me the opportunity.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman.
In the middle of his response, please let him finish.
Free senior high school man. Niyama. De son n'était pas. De mala mosu biela. Bima. Pas besoin de school. Nkanaina. Shabi chandler school. Kashabi yina. De mala mosu. Te parle me. Ne besoin school. kabzana kananya anya bima bendrume de même pas la mosso bima sheba bendruma de be parba ka sheba bunto tiba sinkafa bakwai ka bidiri sinkafa de menya la mosso te parle ne te dinal kadvia kabima ja chensku lamnanya kam bendir ko mame kabe to dinte kada sontia mboya.
Mr. Nominee, please keep your answers short.
Baura Uche, this is Ghanaian language.
Well,
it has to make sense if I don't put the context.
Yeah, but please keep them short.
Very well.
Yeah.
I'm grateful.
Chairman, he's not done. He's done.
I just gave another language. Mapusin Komamina.
Mr. Nominee, if you are done, please put your mic off to signal that you are done.
Very well. But there's one more question.
Yeah, sure.
No, she asked me in 3 languages. I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
Yes. Honorable members, the rule is if you speak in any other language other than English, which is what we use here in Parliament, you must actually interpret it in English. Now, if you speak any language here, the reports will not capture it. The leader who asks questions in other languages stated categorically clear that he doesn't want those questions and answers to be captured. So if you speak any other language here today, just know that it will not be captured in the report. But you are free to do so.
Chairman, let me refer you to standing order 63 on language of proceedings. That the proceedings of Parliament shall ordinarily be conducted in English, except that a member may exercise the option to address the House in a local language if facilities exist in the House.
operations. Excellencies, we will engage constructively with government and other key stakeholders to always ensure alignment between monetary, fiscal, and other policies. Excellencies, my fifth and the last priority area is the need to reverse the Bank of Ghana's negative equity position or the losses that have been incurred in recent years, all to maintain financial stability, to maintain credibility of the institution, and to restore public trust. In this vein, we will seek to re-examine the bank's non-core operations, and I must say that some of these have started already in the last 2 weeks, where savings could be made. We shall adopt several austere measures to help reduce the bank's operational costs and achieve cost efficiency. Additionally, we will craft very clear policies to return the Bank of Ghana's negative equity to positive equity in the medium term. In conclusion, Excellencies, the reset path we have embarked on is more than mere sloganeering. It is about restoring public trust, it is about rebuilding confidence, and it is about ensuring that Ghana's economy is stable, innovative, and ready for the future. Through responsible financial sector governance, digital transformation, and sound economic policies, we will create an economic and financial system that is transparent, that is predictable, and that is stable. Businesses will have the confidence to plan, and individuals will have access to a secure financial system that fosters growth and opportunity. Excellencies, as we take this oath of office, we do so with a solemn promise to the people of Ghana, and that is to serve with diligence, to serve with impartiality, and to serve with unwavering commitment to the mandate of the Bank of Ghana. In this regard, we will carry out our duties guided by no interest other than the interest of the people of Ghana. And we know that we can count on your support, we can count on your partnership, and we can count on your trust as we embark on this journey together. And we do this for God and for country. Excellency, we thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Johnson Pandit Esiama. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will end the program presently. But before that, we shall all rise and take the national anthem, after which we will remain standing as His Excellency the President and Her Excellency the Vice President depart the hall. Thank you very much.
PTAs, omutumi esidan. Se school kwarano eni nkonya. Omutumi ayantoboa na omudi aboa atonkonya ama kwarano. Ebi kwanzo owa. Omutumi toka. Ediche school no. And Quran also be almost wanting. Eti Abana Sana, I hope also it me boy, I check for Emma, and Quran almost wanting Ebia, Omoni ye, Emwa Adiciano. Yetimia Casachero, I'm a master Musubai. And PTA, Mijili say, the papa. The Sabam France PTA says, net Tiadano. Yes, I am Sa. Mijili say, the papa. Na gesi kuokma. John Mama government is the Azongana. Where PTA done the answer to see, Yazu a PA. Ya kawo PTA na kuma. PTA kuma mun sani da amfani. Ina tanye school yara. Ina tanye school na kuma. Ina akwai school. Sai school na ba kuzeru. Ko ba lori. PTA na sun yi su gani suna. Sai su da kudi. To say kuzeru basuna. Ko su say lori su basuna. PTA ina da amfani. Sai ni asa ga mama ya ce shi ya zo nan. Acin da PTA ina yin na. Sun yi su kuma. Na ba godiya. To wait, what I have said is that the restatement of the parent-teacher associations to pre-free senior high school status is positive. That has been done because we all know the roles that PTAs play. When schools have challenges, parents can have a dialogue with the teachers and find ways to try and assist the schools in addressing some of those challenges. PTAs have contributed to build infrastructure to support education service delivery in schools. We know of instances where PTAs have even procured vehicles to facilitate transportation for schools and students. And indeed, in many cases, they've also contributed to procure furniture and to supply to schools. Even in instances where some students misconduct themselves or exhibit deviant behavior, would they collaboration between parents and school authorities, they are able to address some of those challenges. So I believe very strongly that the benefits of PTAs justify the decision by the current government to reinstate them the way they used to be. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. I'm going to yield the floor to you, so I can't let you do a follow-up. So, yes, Honorable, if you want to do a follow-up, then after I'll come to you, Honorable Minister.
Nominee. I think we need to come out clear about the PTA issue. If I listen to you carefully, I get the sense that the contributions made by the PTA is what you are referring to. But PTA was never cancelled. I'll give you a typical example of my alma mater, where PTA built a dormitory for the school. It was never discouraged, and it was never cancelled. So I wonder which examples you are giving as a clear evidence of PTA being cancelled. I don't know. Is it the dues, the assistance? I know that as for the assistance, the dues, at a point in time, it was stopped. But the difference, the PTA as support for the schools and everything was never done. Was never cancelled.
Honorable Leader, as you know, this is a House of Records. You did mention your alma mater. Would you please tell us your alma mater, where you are using as a reference?
Sorry, it's the Louis Senior Secondary School.
Thank you so much. Okay, is it in line with? Okay, please, let's. Yeah, please go ahead. Honorable Shaibu. Please keep it brief.
Is it the case that PTAs, as we used to know, have been totally defunct, maligned, or completely jettisoned? Or, are you getting me? Is it the case that the PTAs, as we know, have been completely maligned, dysfunctional, and as if they do not exist? Is that the case?
Thank you. Please, honorable members, can we allow the nominee to answer the question? Thank you.
Great, Mr. Chairman. PTAs, as we knew then, up to now, were jettisoned.
Of course. Thank you.
Follow up from me.
I yield the floor to the Minister of Sports. Mr. Minister, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me also add my voice in congratulating the nominee, who is my neighbor. We share boundaries, my constituency and his constituency, we share boundaries, and we've been very, very good friends. So I want to congratulate him. I want to congratulate him for his nomination. But I'll go straight to my question. Mr. Nominee, your government promised the good people of this country that once you are in power, you give free tuition and admission fees for all first-year public school, tertiary schools, students, universities. So I want to find out from you, when will this promise start? Thank you.
Great, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, you haven't yet gone into the ministry. You are not a policy maker. You are going to follow your minister, support your minister. You may. Honorable members, honorable nominee, you may answer the question. You may. And please review, because you are not going to be the policy maker at the ministry. So keep your answer expected of a deputy minister designated. Thank you.
Great, Mr. Chairman. I take your guidance. I am not going to give policy. What the minister decides as instructed by the president, I am obligated to support him. I'm grateful.
Chairman, I know our colleague, the nominee, was the ranking member for education and putting up the NDC manifesto before the 2024 election. He was a key member of the committee that came out with the manifesto. I want to find out from the nominee. The government promised free tuition and admission for first-year tertiary institutions. Does this include teacher training colleges and nursing training colleges? Because a constituent of mine in nursing and midwifery college, Kubori, want me to find out from the nominee that whether they are part of this policy. Thank you. Because he was a key member of the manifesto. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, please answer the question.
Most great Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my minister, the Minister for Education, is on record to have indicated that the policy covers all first years in public tertiary institutions. Implicitly, that would include the nursing training colleges. I'm grateful.
Minister, you have, is it a follow-up or is it a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a question.
So you are your second question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, please go ahead.
I want to find out from the nominee his take on the letter issued by the Chief of Staff vis-à-vis those who were recruited after 7 December 2024, and that of the Director General of the Ghana Education Service in revoking all teachers who are recruited and are not on government payroll. Mr. Chairman, I'm asking this question because there are teachers who might have been recruited in June, and yet their processes of getting into the payroll is still in progress. So I want to find out his take on these two disparities. Thank you.
Answer the question. Honorable Nominee.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. Mr. Chair, I wish to seek your leave to correct a factual error.
Very well.
Mr. Chair, I earlier stated that some 600 schools were still practicing the double track system. That is inaccurate. It is 413 schools and not 600. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, to the question from the honorable member, I have no take. I take instructions, I take marching orders from the appointing authority. And I wouldn't have any say in a matter of the nature he is seeking my opinion on. I'm most grateful.
Honorable Nominee, as you have rightly said, let your answers also reflect that you are a Deputy Minister-designate and not the substantive minister, so that your answers will be short, so we can get through this. Thank you. Mr. Minister, I think you have one more question.
No,
he has a question.
Chairman is in charge. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. In answering an earlier question, the nominee indicated on this PTA whether it was cancelled during the previous regime or it was the dues that was cancelled. I want to find out from the nominee. Now that the PTA, their claim is that the PTA has been reintroduced. Is it that the PTA dues which the previous government took out of parents and students, because some students were being asked to go home because of PTA dues, and government thought that it was not appropriate. Is it telling this committee that with the reintroduction of the PTA, the dues that was taken off by government from parents will be reintroduced. Thank you.
Is you done? All right. Thank you very much. I will then come to my right. Oh, yeah, answered. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I never made any comments with regards to PTA dues. I didn't. The honorable member sought to give a background, whereupon he referred to comments that I had made. But in the comments I've made so far, I have not spoken about PTA dues.
Honorable Nominee, please take my guidance. Answer the question. And as soon as you finish answering the question, please put up your mic to signal that you have finished so we can make progress. Thank you.
The nominee didn't get my question. I can repeat myself or make it more clearer.
So that I will grant that.
Thank you. Chairman, I'm just finding out from the minister, with their policy of the reintroduction of PTA, whether the dues payments will be reintroduced. Thank you. The PTA dues will be reintroduced.
Honorable Nominee, I believe you have understood the question, so please answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am not the minister. I don't make policy. I am expected to support the minister to implement policy. And within that context, I am unable to give a response to the question posed. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Chairman, thank you so much. And once again, my colleague, my neighbor, congratulations, Clementa Park.
Thank you. I'll now yield the floor to my right, to Honorable Shaibu. Please, you have the floor. And please make your questions straight questions, no preambles, and hopefully the nominee will also answer the questions straight as the questions were.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, unfortunately, by my training, and the Honorable Agaga who are seated here, the judges will tell you to form a foundation, the basis of which you can ground a very good argument. So I'll go by that.
Honorable Nominee,
I'm guided, Chairman.
Please, just go by my guidance. No introduction. Please go to your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman. And let's just stay within PTA. This is an important association that has played a very critical role. You and I went to secondary school together at a time when the country was at crossroads. Indeed, there was severe food shortage occasioned by prolonged drought and devastating bushfires that swept across the entire Savannah woodland. At the time, it was secondary school that suffered the most. We didn't have food to eat. Two key players played a beautiful role in getting us to where we are today. Internal and external. The external includes the Bretton Woods folks, but the internal chaps were the parent-teacher associations. They mobilized food, they went to farms, they came together and did everything as we scavenged through and gleaned through nearby farms to get food. Now, these associations, you and I know, are virtually absent and non-existent. I read from the papers, your will-be boss has said there will be reintroduction of it. Tell us what those plans are in getting back PTAs to the former glory.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Again, Honorable Nominee, you are not here this morning being vetted as a substantive minister. You are going to your ministry as a deputy minister-designate if this committee approves your nomination. So please be guided.
I'm guided, Honorable Chair. I would expect to follow the lead of my minister when giving approval. I'm grateful.
A follow-up. Okay, please go ahead.
Honorable Nominee, in the scheme of things, you have the parent, the teacher, and then the student. In defining the PTAs, we have often left out the student. Do you think it's about time we include the student in the structure? And perhaps we have often left out, in practical terms, and so PTAs, you may want to add an S. Is that something you want to consider? You are talking about students. Would you help or suggest to your minister that in restructuring and bringing back the old glory of PTAs, you would want to include the student representatives, just so you take a cue from what is on the ground, because it's on the basis of the activities of the students that you form the PTA.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am not the minister. I wouldn't be making policy decisions. Should the minister decide that this proposition is worthy of consideration and seeks my input, I will proffer my opinion. I'm most grateful.
Done, or you going to ask more questions? Okay, please go ahead.
Honorable Nominee, let's do WAEC, the West African Examinations Council. A few months ago, WAEC held the whole country to ransom. Indeed, they nearly disrupted the university calendar. What did they do? They failed or refused to release the results of senior high students. Now, WAEC has played a critical role over the past decades. But for some reason, do you think that it's about time we introduce competition? WAEC had played a monopoly role over the years. Of course, we will learn that it was a blame game at the end of the day. Either government did not pay, WAEC did not do this, whatever it was. I mean, the monopolistic tendency of WAEC. It's only last week that the High Court ordered that WAEC releases 10,000 results of 10,000 students because there was no justification in withholding those results. Clearly, WAEC is taking the entire country to ransom. Do you think it's about time you will suggest to your minister that we introduce competition to the examination body?
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, again, whilst I'm not in a position to make any policy decisions, should my minister seek my opinion on this matter. I would suggest a national dialogue on our assessment methods to determine the way forward. I believe such a dialogue would perhaps inform us as a nation as to the factors precipitating the conditions that the honorable member has stated, so that we can find a solution. As a member of Parliament on the Education Committee, I have filed motions, at least in the 8th Parliament. I filed a motion with the support of my ranking member at the time, seeking a bipartisan committee to probe matters to do with WAEC and examination malpractices. I think it is a challenge that requires serious national attention. But for now, I can only support my minister based on whatever policy direction he decides is best to address this worrying issue. I'm grateful.
Your last question, please, if you have one.
Chairman, I do. I want us to look at the centralized procurement for secondary schools. The case of procuring either food or items for secondary schools for the past few years has been quite centralized. And that has brought about untold delays. In terms of food, they will have to wait many weeks, days before they receive wherever it's coming from. Would you suggest to your minister, if given the opportunity, that in order to work well and operationalize the secondary school system, procurement should be decentralized at the schools level or the district level, just so there will be ease of transaction, delays will be curtailed, and smoothness of academic calendar will move.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. And as far as decentralizing procurement would inure to our collective benefit, I wouldn't have a challenge suggesting to my minister to consider that option for the reasons that the honorable member has enumerated. I'm grateful.
On this note, Chairman, let me wish the nominee the very best in his new role. I know he will do well in the new role. I wish you all the best.
I'm grateful, Honorable Chair.
I will stay on my right, and then I'll come to leadership on my left when I'm done. So I will recognize the Honorable Education Committee, as a subject matter. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, let me use this opportunity to congratulate the nominee on his nomination. The nominee has worked with me for at least 6 years on the Education Committee, and he has been very useful to the committee since he joined us. One strength he has, which I am sure he will carry to the ministry, is consultation. Anytime he wanted to make any statements or do anything as far as education was concerned, he consulted and sought for advice and suggestions. I am sure that strength will help you in the ministry to support the substantive minister. Mr. Chairman, my first question has to do with textbooks. We have been in the fight for the lack of textbooks after the introduction of the new syllabus some few years ago. I know you are not the substantive minister, but should the minister seek your advice on textbooks, will you be in a position to tell him or suggest to him that although we are going digital, there's still the need for textbooks to be supplied, and if that will be carried out so that all schools in the country will have textbooks? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in the affirmative. Textbooks are very important. And it shouldn't be the case that textbooks should entirely be replaced by technology. So yes, I would advise the minister, if he were to seek my opinion, to ensure that we have adequate textbooks so that every child will have access to a textbook. At the same time, also have access to digital technology for teaching and learning. The two are not mutually exclusive. I think it is the right way to go. I'm grateful.
Mr. Chairman, can I continue?
You have another one? Okay. You are actually standing between us and lunch, so please make the
thank you, Chairman.
questions short.
One issue which has been mentioned has to do with WAEC. We have been very passionate about issues concerning WAEC for some time now. And you will realize that we've spoken so much for WAEC, especially before the conduct of the BEC last year and the WASE. WAEC currently has a lot of challenges. And one of them is financing, the delay in the release of funds to WAEC to run its activities. Now, the issue now is the suspended or withheld results and the reasons for which we know. Now, what advice will you give the minister so that these examination malpractices, which have led to the withholding of results, would be minimized so that results can be released in time for students to enter tertiary institutions that the same academic year? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. Indeed, WAEC has faced funding challenges. And so, if my opinion were to be sought by the minister, I would encourage him to do well to ensure that government meets its responsibilities to WAEC timeously. Given the many years of advocacy in partnership with the honorable member on this subject, one of the reasons that we believe contributes to examination malpractices is WAEC's inability to recruit and deploy its own staff to invigilate and supervise examinations. So if WAEC has sufficient resources to recruit and deploy its own staff, I believe it could help reduce examination malpractices. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will now yield the floor to subject matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Honorable Nominee, I wish you congratulations. I have no doubt that you're going to perform. Well, this is my question. Honorable Chair, decline in teacher authority in our schools has led to rise in absenteeism, truancy, and the violence that we always see on our campuses. Honorable Nominee, what do you think is the way forward in ensuring that discipline comes to the campuses of these our second cycle schools? Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, please go ahead and answer the question.
Grateful. Given that I am before you to be considered as a deputy minister to support a minister, I am incapable of proffering a policy solution. But I believe very strongly that one of the ways to address these challenges the honorable member has listed is the reinstatement of PTAs to their full capacity and not PTAs. I also believe very strongly that a dialogue with teacher unions and educators on their experiences, because they are the front line with regards to some of these issues, can also inform a policy direction on how we can address these challenges so that teaching and learning would go on smoothly on our various campuses as far as secondary education is concerned. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now shift to my left and start with Honorable Patrick Boama. Then leadership will continue on the left. No, yeah.
Chairman, thank you. Let me congratulate Honorable Clement Abbas Apak, who deliberately omitted from his CV that he led the very powerful outfit in Commonwealth Hall as a Deputy Chief Vandal to Mr. Egbert Fable, Jr. Congratulations, Chief.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chair.
Life in Commonwealth Hall, I believe, still reflects in your actions, and it's embedded in your DNA that truth will always stand. Anyway, Chief, let's deal with this issue of indiscipline and the use of drugs in schools. It's something that you need to assist your minister in fashioning a way with parents to deal with. We all gloss over it, but we see it from the primary school level through to the GHS, secondary schools, universities. It's an issue. They call something weed toffee, tramol, cakes, and what have you, biscuits. It's something that I believe going to assist Honorable Haruna Idrisu and the entire educational sector must look into. So I want you to tell parents and the country what you believe can be done to assist in solving this very dangerous issue that pertains in our tertiary institutions. Thank you.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. And I acknowledge the terrible omission of a position occupied in the Great Commonwealth, of which I continue to be proud of. So for the vandals, do accept my sincerest apology. I will do the needful within the context of the vandal
you
tradition.
can't sing here.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member has raised a very profound issue that has the potential of destroying the investments that we have made as a nation and as parents. Because we are speaking about the future of this nation. And I believe the minister, knowing him from our days in Commonwealth and here in Parliament, is not oblivious to this challenge as well. It is going to take a concerted effort. Parents, educators, and the institutions to address this issue. But we ought to also instill values in our children. It is not just sufficient to nurture them and to support them, but they must have values. And that is why I believe that as a nation, we must make values an important component of our education. I'm grateful.
Chairman, I don't have a follow-up on that, and we'll be watching the space for the interventions you'll be introducing. If there's one thing that we as policymakers or politicians must be ashamed of ourselves, and as a country, is to always read about schools under trees. Just about a week ago, the education minister stated that we still have about 5,000 schools under trees. And, Chief, to read such stories is disheartening, especially after 68 years of independence and the kind of resources that have gone with both NDC, MPP, whatever, PNDC. We don't have any excuse. So if there is one thing that you have to do with Honorable Idrisu within the next 4 years, so at least half the number, Ghanaians will be very happy about that. Do you have an idea of the budget coming to Parliament in 2 weeks and the kind of arrangements being made towards the resolution of this? Thank you.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have no idea about the budget that is to come to Parliament. But I believe very strongly that I would be briefed in due course. But I must agree with the honorable member with regards to the spectacle of schools and the trees. It does not befit the status and age of our nation. But by and large, it's a product of our inability as a nation to keep pace with the provision of educational infrastructure. So as the population is growing, and of course, we continue producing offsprings, but we are not providing the educational infrastructure to match the growing population. So when communities begin to increase in population and they have children sufficient enough to start a school, they initiate by beginning their own schools. And invariably, most of those schools would be under trees. So it is a national issue, and I believe on this we should be united in finding the resources, even in these challenging times, to address it, because education is a right. I'm grateful.
Thank you. I'm told you just had instituted a fiscal planning unit at the ministry to be tracking some of these things. Let's deal with the issue of capacity building amongst teachers and other educational staff. I think it's an area that you also must look into, because education is evolving and you just cannot keep teachers stuck in their old ways. So how are you going to assist your minister in delivering on this very important area? Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Nominee, please answer the question, if there is one.
I'm grateful. The teacher is perhaps the most important variable when it comes to education. All of us gathered here are who we are because of a teacher. And since we are living in a world that is evolving, and there are new ways of doing things, it is only proper that we give teachers the opportunity and support to be able to upgrade themselves and their skill sets to enable them give their best. So I am ready and prepared to support my minister as he executes the mandate given him by His Excellency the President. And I know that includes teacher welfare and professional development. I'm grateful.
Chairman, thank you, but I'm informed there is a National Education Leadership Institute that has been, NELI, that has been set up that you can rely on for that program, which is being funded by the Big Win Foundation. And I believe with Haruna MP, you have a good minister to work with. And I wish you the very best, Chief.
I'm grateful, and you are right. It's actually in my briefing notes. I believe you build on it for the betterment of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. I will now yield the floor to Honorable Jerry. Honorable Jerry, you are the one standing between us and lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. V-mate.
Sharp.
So, Honorable Chair, so I have a very genuine observation. My observation is that we are at this stretch, we are at this point vetting deputy ministers. The normal excuse or cliche has been that, oh, I'm going to support my minister. We are all aware you are going to support your minister. But we also know that you are men and women who have enormous capacity to go and deal with the issues. So my suggestion is that when people are asked questions, they should answer the questions. And when they are unable to, just because they don't really have an idea, they should also say so. And that is fair to the Ghanaian community. Instead of the normal excuse that I am going to support a minister. Yes, we know. So do we have to go ahead and vet because you are going to support a minister, or we shouldn't go ahead and vet? And that, I think we should all take a cue respectfully. I believe Dr. Clement Apak has the capacity to respond to all the questions he's been asked to respond to. So if not, then when energy comes in, he's going to support his minister. So why are we going to ask him questions bordering on energy? If Agri comes, he's going to support his minister. So please, I know, I just want to have this intervention from Chairman.
Honorable Leader, that is what it says in the Constitution. The Deputy Minister is to go to the ministry to support his minister. If you ask a question and he wants to add more to it, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But that is the job description, is to go and support his minister. So I don't think the nominee will be wrong to say that I'm going to the ministry to support my minister, or whatever the policy direction is what he's going to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not think that we are at variance. All I'm saying is that all the nominees that come in, they have the capacity to respond to the issues they've been asked. And that is why, in the wisdom of His Excellency the President, he nominated them. So what we are doing here is to test your capacity, or to confirm, basically. Anyway, let me go to my first question. Dr. Clement Apak, I suggest to you that PTA was never cancelled. What was cancelled was the levy.
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. As far as I know, the decision communicated was that we were no longer going to have PTAs. We're going to have PAs, parent associations. Parent associations. The teachers were not to be part. And the parents could decide to mobilize resources, or, if you like, play the functions that the PTAs that we knew before used to play. But the teachers were not to be part of it. So on that basis, if we say there were no PTAs and therefore we are introducing PTAs, we are right. We are saying parents and teachers can come together, dialogue, discuss, identify issues, and work at them. And it is on that basis that we have said that we are reintroducing PTAs, which is different from PAs. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Nominee, examination malpractices are rampant in Ghana. They have largely marred the credibility of certificates or academic qualifications. Some people are called doctors when in fact they are not doctors. Some people have just found themselves at certain places because of examination malpractices. I know you are going to support your minister. I'm sure that will be the response. What are you bringing on board personally as someone with capacity? Or what are you going to suggest to your minister to do with reference to the issue at hand? Thank you very much.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am not the minister. I'll be supporting the minister. But having worked on this issue somewhat, if you were to seek my opinion, one of the suggestions I would make would be for us to properly resource WAEC so that WAEC will be able to recruit and deploy its own invigilators. The other area that I may make a suggestion to the minister about with regards to this issue is for us to dialogue with WAEC to consider the serialization of the questions so that even in the same exam room, students would answer different questions on the same subject matter, which I think would thwart the effort of what we describe as exam room collusion. Because if all the questions are not the same, it will be difficult for those who collude to promote the malpractices to do so. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I think this is a matter of national importance, and therefore, I would like my honorable colleague to know what we have done that they can follow. For example, BEC has gone through serialization. Different examination centers have different questions. That is what led to the situation where more practice at the BEC level has simply disappeared. But we want them to go further to a point when you will serialize within the exam room. And WAEC exams, certain subjects were serialized the last time. So the ministers of West Africa met about serialization across the countries. So we're on track to going to the WAEC International to make sure that within the classroom, different students will have different arrangement. At least your question 1 is my question 20. So that the idea of cheating within the exams room can be eliminated. So there's a way for WAEC to do this, but they also say that they need new equipment to ensure, digitalized equipment to ensure they can serialize. So I felt maybe this will help so that you build on it and take this examination more practices out of the way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You want to?
Yes. Thank you so much, Chairman. A really very good initiative. But would you take on board too the yawning gap between city schools?
Honorable Member.
Yes, ma'am.
You are not to ask any questions
No, it was a
member around the table.
No, it's a suggestion.
Your questions should be directed
Thank you so much.
to the nominee.
So
well. You are out of order.
Oh. Very well, Chairman. Which one is an important one? Very important. Yes,
Honorable Jerry, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And that's a very good intervention. I pray we take it up. Yes, because the more practices are becoming way too many. I have, on a few occasions, met with my very hard-working teachers in Wejabawe. They've put across a few issues, one of which is their salary. Another is their teaching environment. And you'll be surprised that when I met them, none of them spoke about issues concerning themselves until I probed further. All the issues they raised were issues about their pupils. And I do not know if we have any award or reward system for maybe the best science teacher, the best maths teacher, and then the best female teacher. And issues of transportation. So I have a teacher who travels from Kwabenya to Wejabawe every day to come and teach. And they sometimes even come in and they are late. And they think that there are issues with reference to traffic and all. Honorable Nominee, I know once again that you are going to support your minister. In this direction, how do you hope to support your minister?
Grateful. Yes, I am obligated to support my minister, and that I will do. But as somebody who is drawn from the academic environment, and as a rural person who represents a rural community, I can appreciate these issues. Matters to do with salary, obviously, have to do with releases on time and payments, and I know that will be dealt with. You are speaking about the quantum. Well, I cannot speak to that. I would make a case if given the opportunity, because I honestly believe that teachers are teachers are the most important in the scheme of affairs. All of us here in Gadet are products of teachers. If I had my own pot of resources, I would pay teachers more than any other group of professionals, but I don't. That is my personal opinion. Teaching environment, yes, it needs to be improved. Transportation clearly would enhance the work of the teacher, teaching and learning. I mean, as rural MPs, I can relate to that. I have teachers who live in Sandema and have to come all the way to my village, Doninga, to teach on a daily basis. Sometimes they don't get a means of transport. And when they don't get a means of transport, that means that all the children are going to go without tutoring. And I know that the NDC has a manifesto proposal to support teachers to be able to own their own means of transport. And I hope and pray that we would work with John Nominee as a nation to implement this policy. It will benefit all of us. I'm grateful.
You see, you have a lot elaborate knowledge on all the things you're talking about. And so I'm very confident when I ask you a question. Although you are going in to support your minister. Doc, just flowing from this, can we consider teacher housing and then the emphasis on transportation? Because I am aware President Kufuor had such a policy for teachers and it was cancelled on the provision of transport to aid teachers for duty purposes or duty-bound purposes. Can we consider that? May you, or are you likely to consider advising your minister on this route?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I will do just that. I'm grateful.
Doc, the NDC's manifesto laid emphasis on, once voted for, they were going to embark on an emergency infrastructure drive. You remember that? And that what you intend to do is to complete abandoned E-blocks and expand infrastructure in existing SHS and TVET institutions. Please don't forget, my STEM school, which was started by the Honorable Minister here, is almost completed. How do you intend to finish that?
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as the Honorable Member indicated, the NDC presented a manifesto to the people of Ghana on the basis of which they gave your mama and the NDC he will fulfill his promises. The almost complete STEM school in your constituency clearly would not be abandoned. I'm grateful.
Is that an assurance?
It will not be abandoned.
Honorable Nominee, I also want to find out, in your view, so I'm indicating or placing emphasis, in your view, as Honorable Dr. Clement Apak, how would technology be used to enhance service delivery in your ministry, the Ministry of Education, where you are going to assist your minister?
Grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, technology is already playing a very important and significant role in almost every facet of our lives. And the Ministry of Education is no exception. I will support my minister, who himself is technology savvy, having served previously as a Minister for Communication. In whatever way he believes we can deploy technology to improve our services to the good people of Ghana through the ministry as expected. I'm grateful.
So, Doc, do you perchance have any idea of e-learning, and how do you intend to optimize or upgrade that e-learning?
Can you expatiate?
E-learning. So this is where, unless you want me to define what e-learning is to you.
Yes, I'll be most grateful.
Well, e-learning is using technology to provide education to the pupils or to the students. And that also even includes digitalization and the use of technology. So I am asking, with respect to you, how do you intend to optimize or upgrade e-learning in its current form?
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a policy decision. And since I'm only going to support my minister, it will be inappropriate for me to take the wind out of his sails. As I indicated earlier, the minister himself is very technology savvy. In fact, on this subject matter, I don't think that he will need my guidance at all. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt to lead. And if he needs my support, I'll be available. I'm grateful.
Doc, the teachers' allowance, is it teachers' training allowance, has been scrapped. Is that the case?
Mr. Chair, the teacher training allowance has not been scrapped. I'm grateful.
Honorable members, please allow the nominee to answer the question. Thank you.
So, Doc, do you know or do we have your minister's assurance that it will not be scrapped?
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. I have no reason to believe that it will be scrapped because the minister has not said it will be scrapped. I'm grateful.
Doc, football in secondary schools, and in fact sports in general, one of the issues we've had currently with even our main sports is that the way we saw sports when we were growing up is not the same way it is currently patronized. Are you considering any new ways of generating interest in sports at the secondary level, at the basic school level? I mean, just last week, a group in Wager is one of the circuit groups They had some sports program, but they did not even have any funding to do so. So I had to go in and support. But I want to find out, maybe.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Sports is a very important activity. Not just because it keeps us fit, but it's also a source of great entertainment. I have been a sports person, sportsman myself. I mean, I played volleyball. One of my playing colleagues is seated right by the chairman. I played football. I played table tennis. My younger brother, who is here, played basketball all the way to the national level. And you are right. It is not the way it used to be. And that should be a cause of worry. My minister is a sports enthusiast himself. He plays football himself. And I think the challenge we face, as you rightly alluded to, is funding and is inadequacy. Given that he's a sports person himself, I believe very strongly that he would find ingenious ways to get private sector involvement to support sports in our schools, even as we look at what we can do to provide some support as a nation for sport and sporting activities to go on in our school system. Sports cannot be neglected. A very, very important activity that ought to be supported. We all do it. We buy the footballs, the JCs, and we provide the funding to support the district directors of education to organize sport activities. It's a problem that we must look at and address. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Dr. Park, I wish you very well. I know you are going to the Ministry of Education to fully support your minister. I wish you well in supporting your minister. V-mates.
Sharp. I will support my minister fully. I will support him the Buse way.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jerry. I will wrap it up. Honorable Nominee. And I want to draw our attention, the nominee and the nominees to come, those who are going to see today, and those who are watching us. And honorable members of this committee, I want to draw your attention to Article 79(1) of the Constitution. And with your indulgence, I read. The President may, in consultation with a Minister of State and with a prior approval of Parliament, appoint one or more deputy ministers to assist the minister in the performance of his functions. Our job here as an appointment committee is to vet the nominee who comes before us. His background, experience, competence, and the skills that makes him a good fit for the role that he is nominated, if this House approve of his nomination. So, to stay within time constraint, it is important, and there is time constraint. It is important that our questions address these areas, and the answers from the nominee also respond to these areas. So, to go and support your minister It's basically the job that you're doing. Of course, you have your own mind, you have your own views, which you may wish to express. But it is not up to you to be here and make policy decisions. That will be going against your minister, the substantive minister, had already been here. In fact, all substantive ministers. And any policy questions that they should address, they have adequately addressed them. So what we have heard here is what you are going to support. This is not just to you, but to all nominees and potential nominees who are to appear before us. Thank you. And then Sorry. So be nice to me. So I will now proceed to read out the list that I have given for the friends and family who came here to support you. And I'm reading the names I've been given. And I'm going to slow down so that I don't get certain names. Yes. So forgive me if my effort doesn't end up to be adequate. The first name I have here is Mrs. Matilda Latte Park, who is the wife of the nominee. I have brother of the nominee, Professor Daniel Apak, Minga Chief, Patrick, Awa, Ajiti, Bachung Sachi, Chief, Bachung Sachi. I have again now Akanta Greenwen, Akanku, the third, who's the BC chief. Then I have here Caesar. Achang Weling. Then I have Honorable Roger Abolim Akanta Grenon, who is a former colleague, a former MP for Busa South. And I have Ayarik, who is a Panga Chang, who is the constituency vice chairman of Busa South. Then I have Pastor George Lati, who is a brother-in-law of the nominee. I want to say thank you to our guests for coming here to support our colleague who is the nominee this morning. On that note, Honorable nominee, congratulations, you are discharged. You will hear from the committee.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Chairman.
You can add the bye-bye. Honorable members, we are breaking for lunch now, and we will appear back here at 2 o'clock to continue the debate. Thank you very much, and thanks for your support.
Safe. A situation whereby you say you are collecting tolls, and then you get to the toll booth after queuing for 45 minutes, and then you get to the booth, and the person says the machine is broken down, and he attempts to give you a receipt that he tells with the hand. Sometimes there's not even any receipt, and you are paying 1 cedi. Mr. Speaker, that cannot accrue to a fund that you can leverage on to embark on a PPP on road project. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be coming to the House with a full disclosure on exactly how we want to implement the toll and make it open competitive bidding. So the best possible solution is achieved, at least on the sector of the road ministry. So I think this is a very important statement made by our colleague, Honorable Nkrumah, and we should take it seriously and work on it. But just to make the clarification that for now, the 2 projects he cited as examples, Accra-Tema Motorway, in effect, it's not a PPP project because it's only paid for by government, and Boankra Integrated Logistics Terminal is also fully funded by Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority on behalf of government. No private sector has showed up with $1, and that is very worrying for the law that we have passed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Honourable members, I thought. Anyway, I'm giving one more. Okay, let me go to Dr. Camille. No, you wouldn't speak more than 5 minutes, please.
All right, thank you very much.
I'll give it to Deputy Minister-designate for, is it Western Housing? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join in commending the maker of the statement, the respected Honorable Member for Ofuanse Oyerbi, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, the issue on the table and before this House has more to do with development financing than, if you like, project planning and implementation. Mr. Speaker, I say this because when you look at development financing, basically one of the ways government finance development is through debt financing. And debt financing go either in the form of monetary debt financing or infrastructure debt financing. PPP is one of the means through which we fund involvement or development by way of infrastructure debt financing. Mr. Speaker, the issue of PPP and its importance has been highlighted by the maker of the statement. The honourable member has specified some of the myths, some of the challenges, some of the inherent challenges in the implementation or in the adoption of PPP arrangement in development financing, awareness creation. But we realize that almost every single sector of the economy, transportation, housing, if you like, education, we can really leverage on public-private partnership to ensure development. Mr. Speaker, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, came out with an initiative that we were hoping that we could implement should the Ghanaian people, if they had given us the opportunity, especially in the area of education. It's a viable tool to bridge in infrastructure deficit or infrastructure gap. But how do we ensure that it works? It's viable to bridge in infrastructure deficit or infrastructure gap. But how do we ensure that it works? I think that apart from the law, the act that was passed by this House, we should look at the projects submitted by the Minister of Finance to this House in the budget. Which of them can we offload to PPP? And if the household decide that, look, in the interest of limited budgetary allocation, let's offload ABCD projects to public-private partnership, then clearly every member of the House would have known that ABCD projects are offloaded to be implemented not through the mainstream government funding, but through private-public partnership. Mr. Speaker, there is one thing we don't know. The benefit of PPP to the private investor is even far more than the classical contracting regime, where you will do a project and they'll pay you and you go. The importance of PPP is such that it enhances investment longevity. In other words, you can draw revenue over 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, but in the case of the classical contracting, you do the project, they pay you, you take your money and go. Value for money, returns on investment is not even, it doesn't make investment sense to do that. A private person will rather be more interested in doing private-public partnership than in doing the classical contracting regime where you do a project, they pay you, take your money and go. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very important we do that. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I will want to also suggest that apart from the budgetary offloading of projects, the make of a statement, let's include in every brochure produced by every ministry or agency, MMDAs, opportunities for private partnership. So that if I go to the Ministry of Interior and I see ABCD brochure, in the brochure somewhere, I can be able to tell that if I call this investor, they can be able to participate with government in providing ABC. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity given.
Thank you. Now the Minister, Deputy Minister-designate for Western Housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate the maker of the statement, who has just come out from a space that I think he knows that PPPs would work or would have worked very well for him there. Mr. Speaker, one thing I've observed about the PPPs, public-private partnerships, is that capacity building. Now, there are a lot of consultants who are in the private sector, and I would suggest that the Ghana Institute of Engineering, project management professionals, Ghana Institute of Surveyors, Ghana Institute of Architects would undergo this kind of capacity building for public-private partnerships. It's very important because sometimes, if you look at the consultancy space, there's a huge percentage of them in the private sector. But then, in the public sector, they have the benefit of training in public-private partnerships in IP3 and other institutions, but the private sector may not have because of maybe sponsorship and all that. So I would suggest that they should just try and build local capacity. There are people over here in the public sector who have those skills, which can be transferable to the private sector. Because the strength of a public-private partnership also is very important that the parties are very good in negotiation. And so that is where legal skills also come into play. So I cannot underscore or underestimate the value of skills in being able to be built up in these areas. For example, in the water sector, perhaps maybe somebody has some funding and wants to do a water system. Naturally, they will like that it must be paid for somehow. You build this, you operate it, you transfer it, but during that period, you want to be sure that you'll be able to get your returns, plus profitability, plus you should be able to maintain the plants. And so some of these will also relate to tariff building and all that, and I think that it's a skill on its own. But it's very important that we build the capacity. Mr. Speaker, in Malaysia or so, the Office of the President has a PPP office literally attached to it, and that shows the importance of public-private partnerships and what the value that it is attached to them by the government. In the US, like a colleague said, majority of the roads that have been told are often under public-private partnerships. You cannot have a certain quantum of infrastructure without having a certain segment of them under the public-private partnership regime. So moving forward, for our government, as we intend to reset, We also intend to look at some of these arrangements, but in a more practical and pragmatic way. But it's very important to build the capacity of institutions, of personnel who will be negotiating, who will be executing, who will be managing, facilitating, and at the end of the day, because you want to transfer a project completed, still well maintained, with still a certain lifespan after it has been completed and used. And it's very important that those skills from beginning to end are learned appropriately in this country. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you
Speaker.
very much. Let me now come to leadership.
Speaker, let me start on a note of congratulating our colleague for setting up a very important conversation. And it's my prayer that we'll push this matter to its logical conclusion. Speaker, many members who have spoken to this matter have tried to put matters in context, especially the road minister who spoke to it, citing very good examples. The former road minister did same. Speaker, from where I sit, I may be wrong, but I get this impression that political parties and government parties are formed on certain ideologies, center-right, center-left, and more often than not, we tend to be guided overly by these concepts that form political parties who eventually take over the reins of governance of a country. The NPP is known, the capitalist party. President Kufuor took over the reins of this government, is on record to have implemented social policies, probably, arguably, one of the best social policies implemented happened in the time of President Kufuor. Then you look at our colleagues in the NDC, who are also credited as socialists. And hence, if you look at the policies that they implement, more often than not, may not necessarily reflect their beliefs. So political parties are beginning to shift away from their main fulcrum of concept that form these parties. Because the PPP more often than not are known to be something that is a concept that capitalist states normally buy into it. That's been the trend. Now, with the changes and the vagaries of geopolitics as is happening now, even the socialists themselves are beginning to tend to that concept. I think we need to change our mindset. There's a fundamental need for a mindset change. Yes. Unless we do that, this whole concept, PPP, is still new to us. We talk about it nicely. We passed the act. We thought that we have arrived. The discussions are held. It goes to the Minister of Finance. It goes on the shelves, and it gets dusty on the shelves. People are afraid, and the fear is still there. There's a lot of fear associated. So I think that our colleague has set the tone. It's something we need as a parliament. We need to upgrade further, probably get a committee to work on it, the fine details. Why are we unable to enforce the act that we passed? Why is finance more often than not, and both administrations, we are all guilty, they drag their feet. The ministers themselves, who are very much aware, when you speak to them one-on-one on concept of PPP, they are very much aware about it, they love it. When it comes to implementation, they drag their feet. Why? And for me, that is a mystery. And until we resolve that, we will not be able to be making the headway that we all need. Of course, we all know government cannot fund all projects by itself. We need a partnership from the public. These things are known, and we speak about it as theories. How do we demystify this theory and get people to understand that indeed this is the approach? My respected Minister for Roads, who I know is very much into such matters, he himself, he is not too comfortable, as he said, but the road, the projects that were mentioned, out there it is known as a PPP project, but indeed when he got to the ministry, he realized it's something that has to be funded by government. So what is it? Whom are we deceiving? At one breath we brandish PPP, at another breath we come lacking. So I want to go away from the theory. Let's get practical. And this is a matter, I thought that this should have come from your side, but well, this is a house. So once it's coming from our side, it's the Parliament of Ghana, so fine. We want to see a certain roadmap. And that roadmap must be a departure from what we are known, what we are used to. PPP, theories, and then it ends where? It doesn't go anywhere. So I hope we'll be able to redefine our approach in terms of the prosecution of the concept of PPP. And thankfully we are very good. The Honorable nominee for Gisela, the Honorable Gisela, I know is very good. That's one of her areas. She's very good. She's been a consultant to get funds for a very long time. I have been chasing a few payments for her. She's very good in that area. My good friend, the Minister for Road, is also very good. Speaker, if we wish to come to some logical conclusion on this matter, some work has to be done. And that if we can continue and get a committee to do a thorough work on this PPP concept, I think we'll be able to make a headway. Elsewhere, and fact be told, Speaker, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are other jurisdictions like Indonesia, for instance. As an independence, Ghana's per capita income was the same as Indonesia. The concept of PPP, Indonesia is doing so well. I'm told India is equally doing so well. So we may have to pick up some lessons from this and appropriate it into our unique circumstances as a country, and then we can get the rule clear and prosecute the matter. But let me comment the Honorable Opon Nkrumah, Koju Opon Nkrumah, and he's a proud Easterner. Esquire. He's a proud Easterner.
Is that where you are going? Is that where you are going?
Oh, Speaker, I'm only commending my fellow Easterner for bringing up such an important matter and also setting up a very important discussion. Speaker, we shouldn't wish this matter away. Let's continue with it. Let's continue. The discussion should go on, and I'm sure that we'll come to some logical conclusion and define a workable path. I thank you, Speaker.
Majority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity, and let me thank the maker of the statement. Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, he was a member of the Finance Committee where we passed the PPP Act at 10:30, and he played a very instrumental role in passing that bill into an act. So coming back to inform the House that there are some defects in the law, so that he's seeking the consent of all members so that we can do some amendment to make the law work, I think it is in order. Because, Mr. Speaker, every investor wants to maximize his profit. And I remember we met with the Ministry of Finance. They walk us through the processes. You can see less about 25 projects identified. But they'll come back to tell you the next day that this project is not bankable. How can I recoup my investment if I put, let's say, $1 billion into this road project or into this infrastructure? So he's looking back maybe 10 to 25 years to get back his money. And another leg is, Mr. Speaker, you come back to the state for state guarantee. And it becomes a contingent liability on the state. Failure to make due the repayment. So these are some of the issues we need to address. And if we do a proper assessment, and we get to know that contractor A don't have the capacity to execute the project, by public education, you can put 2-3 contractors together to form consortium so that they can execute the project. But like the example the road minister just gave. On paper, we've entered into agreement that this project is PPP project or PPP funded project. But in reality, the person doesn't have the capacity to raise the resources. So they say to end up raising the scarce resources to commence the project, sometimes even to complete the project. So by the end of the day, why do you invite somebody who doesn't have the capacity in the first place? Who did the project appraisal? Who did the assessment? And who executed that contract? And you walk on the street, oh, this project is a PPP arrangement for 25 years. The investor will recoup his investment. By the end of the day, he doesn't have the capacity to undertake the project. And the burden will also come to the state. And Mr. Speaker, there are some projects located in some areas of the country. No investor will also venture into those areas. So let's get it right and get the project in order, that these areas will allow the private investors to venture into these areas. So the state will also take up other low-hanging projects so that the people will benefit and will give the private sector the needed education. We create a enabling environment for them so they can also venture into those areas for the good of all of us. Mr. Speaker, let me again thank the maker of the statement, and I'm looking forward, either he will come by a private member bill to amend the act, or the state will take over. Whichever way that we think it will help us, we'll work on it because we understand the law, we pass the law, and we can easily do the amendment to suit our current situation so that the private sector will also take advantage for the good of all of us. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree that this statement is a very, very important statement going forward as a nation. So I'm happy that almost all the relevant ministries have commented on it. The Minister for Roads and Highways has commented. The Deputy Minister designate for Western Housing has also commented. And other members who are well placed have also commented. Deputy Minister designate for Lands and Natural Resources has also commented. So we hope that this particular statement will lead us to somewhere. So, Honorable Member for Asutifi North, Honorable Beneza Kwakuado, are you in the chamber? Yes. Take the floor and yes.
Speaker, if you may, I am happy you agreed with my colleagues on the importance of the statement. So I want to pray you, as a Parliament of the Republic, probably we should also initiate something on our own. And I'll leave as to how we go about it, Speaker, I'll be guided by your wisdom. And Speaker, I heard you say you hope. Yes, we hope, but if we can set something in motion.
Honorable Minority Whip, I think we have an act, and per the statement, the act needs to be revisited. So once the act is there, I think the Minister for Western Housing and the Deputy is here, the Rules Minister is also here. They can initiate it at the cabinet level, because I think once the act is there, I wouldn't personally encourage that a private member bill is taken to look into it. So once the relevant ministers are here, please take note of it and see how best we can quickly address the loopholes so that the act can be meaningful to all of us. On that note, I will invite the member for Asutifi North to take the floor and read his statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to present this statement on the above subject matter, that is, the recent killings by the police and private security details stationed at Newmont Ghana Gold Limited, Ahafo, Kenyasi. Mr. Speaker, residents of Asutifi North have, over the past 3 years, experienced brutal attacks in the hands of security personnel stationed at Newmont Ghana Gold Limited. Some of these attacks have resulted in major injuries and deaths of affected victims. I am therefore making this statement and pray that Mr. Speaker will direct for the Inspector General of Police to appear before the House and provide same with updates on the various incidents so far. Mr. Speaker, on 14th November 2022, the police security details stationed to protect the concession of the mining company pursued 3 young men on a tricycle and opened fire on them, leading to the death of one and in the process injuring the others. The IGP sent a delegation to Kenyasi for investigations to be conducted. However, outcome of the said investigation is yet to be known. Mr. Speaker, on 25th August 2024, the police and Newmont security operatives chased a 25-year-old young man spotted in their concession, leading to the young man falling into a dam created by Newmont and died as a result. In fact, it took my effort in making sure the family of the deceased obtained the body of their relative for a befitting burial just this January 2025. Mr. Speaker, on the 8th of January 2025, the police and Newmont security detail chased some group of young men, apprehended 3 of them, and opened fire at them, killing them instantly. The IGP went there, indicated that thorough investigation will be conducted into the incident. However, results of the investigation is yet to be known. Mr. Speaker, just this Sunday, the 23rd of February 2025, the private security detail in Newmont chased and apprehended a young man, stabbed him, and took him to a private hospital, but the young man was pronounced dead upon arrival. Mr. Speaker, my engagement with the District Security Council and information from the District Police Commander of Asutifi North shows that the police detailed at Newmont site are directly deployed from the police headquarters, Accra, and are part of the counter-terrorism unit. This deployment from Accra do not report to the District Police Commander and therefore carry out instructions from headquarters. Mr. Speaker, my experience in the operations of Newmont Ahafo Mines makes me appreciate the level of tolerance and sense of responsibility that the company has towards its mining communities. They do not compromise on safety and expect each life to be protected in their course of operations. Drivers are even advised to drive with caution and not cause harm to even animals. So why is the police and private security of Newmont killing innocent young men who go out in search of food for their families? The reason has always been that these young men encroached the concession of Newmont illegally. Mr. Speaker, should gold be more valued than the lives of our youth? Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I pray that you refer this matter to an appropriate committee and direct that the IGP comes to this House to brief us on why deployment to Newmont site is directly made from Accra and are not subject to the orders of the District Police Command in the district they operate within, and equally update the House on the various investigations he has undertaken for the necessary actions to be taken. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, I want to extend my condolence to the family of all deceased young men in the Asutifi North constituency who have been affected by these brutalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me.
Thank you very much, honorable members. This one too, we are going to take two from each side. Then we can. So, Honorable Member for
Mr.
Bimbila.
Speaker, I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to comment, but I intend to make a plea to you that since the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Defense will be coming into this House to brief us on Boko, you should add this matter to it. If you open up this matter for comment, without us knowing exactly what happened, that this young man died, this House may not like the outcome of what people will say. So I will say that if it is possible, and if it meets your good intention, let us add this very matter that happened at Newmont to the briefing that the Interior Minister will be coming to brief this House. That is what I will say. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the things that may come out, maybe it's too early in the day for us to say some of the things that we want to say. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I should commend Honorable Ebenezer Kwekuado for bringing the matter affecting his constituent on the floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that is how it should be. He is exercising his mandate in a representative capacity as elected member of Parliament for Asutifi North, and a matter of concern to him. But Mr. Speaker, as rightly advised by the Honorable Nitiwil of Bimbila, ministerial responsibility and accountability rests with the Honorable Minister for the Interior. But probably what he should add is to state that the Minister for Interior should be accompanied by the Inspector General of Police, which is natural. In any case, when the minister is coming, he probably will come with the minister. Then, Mr. Speaker, even though you are not opening this up to debate, just to caution the Ghana Police Service, and Mr. Speaker, yourself a good lawyer, when the Constitution says uphold the dignity of men, and that it uses the word inviolable, it is not for the shooting is regulated by law, is regulated by conduct, regulated by practice. This trigger happy, a portion of them who get trigger happy, Mr. Speaker, Parliament must support him in expressing concern about the way they treat suspects. The Constitution says uphold their dignity. They get somebody, they start slapping. That's not dignity. That's not honor of dignity. Even trotro drivers, the way they treat them, that is not what the Constitution expects them to do. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, this matter, maybe even Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Niti will observe, you may want this even to go to committee of the whole, because mining, particularly in that community, means a lot for them in terms of opportunities of employment and others. There may be more to it. But Mr. Speaker, significant to his submission is that why is deployment done from Accra, Regional Police Command, District Police Command? What has happened to the hierarchy of the police command system? That is part of his concern. So, Mr. Speaker, let me commend him, but this House, when we have opportunity, we must recommend compensation being paid to the innocent life that is lost. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, I think honorable member for...
In that view, my comment is more fortified by the poetic version of the post-1946 post-war confessional prose by the German Lutheran Martin Niemöller, which serves more or less as a precautionary reminder of the dangers of inaction in the face of injustice. Mr. Speaker, the German Lutheran said, and I quote, "First, they came for the communist, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me." Mr. Speaker, the statement made by the honorable member is so important because within the Ahafo region, and I have our senior brothers here, Honorable Collins Dauda, Honorable Eric Opoku, who are seniors, this small region of 6 constituencies and 6 municipal and district assemblies is more or less becoming characterized by a lot of security threats. And Niemont currently have operated in the Ahafo South area, which falls within the constituency of the honorable member. And they are in my constituency, Ahafo North. And Mr. Speaker, it is so shocking that within the short period that Niemont has been in the Tano North constituency, we have begun to see the influx of so many people coming into the constituency with the aim to mine and not work with Niemont, but carve their own mining operations outside what is legitimately allowed. And these have posed a lot of security threats. Recently, a gentleman was seen on TikTok, live video, issuing threats to Niemont and trying to more or less indicate that if they are not allowed to enter certain concessions, they are going to take the law into their own hands. Mr. Speaker, I wish to put on record here that there's a lot and intense security threats in the region, and it is important we are calling on the IGP and the Minister for Interior to come to this House to speak to the issues. I would be so glad if indeed I can go back to the constituency knowing very well that there is no threat to mining sites and there is no threat of security on the people or visited on the people in the Tano North constituency. Mr. Speaker, with that said, I think I will wait to see the time that your good leadership will allow the Minister for Interior and the IGP to come to this House to speak to the security threats that are around the mining operations in the entire Ahafo region, particularly the Tano North constituency. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Peter. Oh, Honorable Peter, hold on. Honorable Collins, I thought you are the senior most in the chamber, so once you get up, I have to give you the reverence. So
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice to the comments made so far regarding the statement made by Honorable Ebenezer Kwaku Addo. Mr. Speaker, I also appreciate the point made by Honorable Nitu that this matter be referred to the Minister of Interior. So it will be part of the envelope that he will be bringing to this House. But, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Interior, the IGP, will address this House mainly on matters relating to security. But I'm looking at another dimension of the matter. And that dimension has to do with the relationship between the mining company and the people of the catchment area where they mine. Mr. Speaker, before any mining company is granted a mining license, public fora is organized to explain how the mining company intends to mine in the area. And some promises, some commitments are made during such meetings. In the Ahafo area, there was a commitment to provide jobs, improve the welfare of the people of Ahafo when the mine is established. Even though the mining company continues to mine since the day it was granted a license to operate in the area, I am not sure that the people in the catchment area are all happy about the activities of the mining company. The maker of the statement, Honorable Ebenezer Kwaku-Adu, indicated in the statement that if you are a driver of Newmont Ahafo and on your way you came across a snail or a snake, you dare not run over the snake or the snail. You are required as a driver to wait. Until the snail crosses, or you pick the snail, put it into the bush before you cross. I don't see why this same thing that is offered to the animal cannot be offered to a human being. That is why I have a problem. But I guess when the Minister for the Interior appears, we'll get a second opportunity to look at it. I will entreat the mining company that much as we appreciate what they do for us in terms of social responsibility, I wish to state that the people of Ahafo will not appreciate them if they will give us funds to construct school buildings, courthouses, police stations, and they will ask security people to open guns on us and kill the people of Ahafo. We will not be happy. They can do anything for us. We will not appreciate them if they continue to do what they are doing or what they have been doing. This is not the first incident that has happened there. Several incidents have happened, and I wish to indicate that as soon as such an incident happens, in this recent one, the victims involved are from Achirensuya, which is a community in my constituency. And when we were organizing the burial for the victims, I was told or contacted by the chief director of the Ahafo region that the company wanted to fund the funeral of the victims. You employ security people, they open arms on innocent citizens, they die, and you turn around to tell opinion leaders that you want to fund, pick the bills of their burial. Clearly that was an insult. But as I said, we'll wait until when the Minister for the Interior comes. But to end with a caution that Newmont must improve upon the relationship they have with the people of Ahafo, particularly the catchment area. I wish to further emphasize that the people of Ahafo will never be happy with them. They can provide everything in terms of infrastructure for us. If they continue to ask their security people to do what they are doing, taking the lives of our people, they should rather stop building the roads. They should rather stop building the schools. They should rather stop providing the social amenities they provide for the people. We cherish the lives of our people more than what they do in terms of social responsibility they provide for us. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Peter, I called you earlier on, so let me take you out, then I come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make some few contributions to the statement ably delivered by my younger brother, the MP for Asitupi North, Honorable Ebenezer Kweku Addo. Let me first of all convey my condolences to the bereaved families. Losing one life is one too many when it has to do with mining. Mr. Speaker, this is not just purely a security issue. This is an issue that has to do with mining that has gone bad and creating issues of insecurity. As much as I agree with my elder brother who just spoke, and as much as I also agree with Honorable Haruna Idrisu and Honorable Nitiwu, it is important for us to put the Minister for Interior and the Minister for Honorable Amakofi Boa to come together, Lands and Natural Resources, to come together with Honorable Muntaka to brief this House. Because if the mining rules are right, and the relation between the mines and the community is right, I am sure that this mistrust will not come up and these insecurities will not be felt. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of education, we all need to understand that when you find somebody wielding a gun, that gun has rules and regulations. That gun is not supposed to be used to hunt human beings. At any point in time you press the trigger, there must be justifications. If you are a police officer, you can only be justified in pressing the trigger if your own life or the life of other people is at stake, and any other thing that you think of doing has been done and is not possible. And the only thing you can do as a last resort is to press that trigger. Because if you press the trigger and the bullet goes out and somebody dies, it doesn't matter what happens later. That life that is lost is forever. Mr. Speaker, at any point in time that a security officer is supposed to use force, there are 4 principles. You must first of all think about proportionality. The force that you are going to use, is it proportional to the level of resistance you are receiving? You need to answer the second question of legality. Will I be covered by any law if I use this extreme force? Why will I use a sledgehammer to kill a fly? Mr. Speaker, any officer in uniform, whether private or official, should ask yourself the third question. Can I account for the force that I'm using? Will I be right in accounting for it, or will I pay a price for it? And the last point is it necessary at all for me to shoot? Is it necessary at all for me to slap somebody? Is it necessary at all for me to use a truncheon? Is it necessary? Mr. Speaker, all these are basic questions that are used in training people before you are allowed to carry a weapon. Mr. Speaker, you use a weapon to recapture an armed criminal who's escaping from justice. If you find a fugitive who is not a threat to your own life, you don't have to shoot. But whatever happened in Asitupi North, we cannot blame anybody until the Minister for Interior comes to brief this House. And very particularly getting brief information from the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. If they can both come together, that would be fine. Probably there is a relationship between the mines, Newmont, and the communities that will have to be re-established, so that when there is peace from that angle, you will not find somebody carrying a weapon and shooting. Why would we deploy people from Accra to take charge of a mine far away from Accra, and command and control is not controlled? What is the relationship between the forces on the ground and the command on the ground? We need to understand that, and all these things probably, when the Minister for Interior appears before this House and give us detailed briefing, we will be able to appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to take note that matters of this nature, I want to conclude, matters of this nature, we cannot speak so much openly. And I thank my brother, the Honorable former Defense Minister, for giving that caveat. We agree that when it is in-house, we can speak much about it. But what is important is that Ghanaian life matter, and we must stop killing Ghanaians.
And we also have to protect our minds and protect businesses so that together we can build a very beautiful Ghana as we plan to reset the nation. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Leadership.
Speaker, let me show solidarity and sympathies with my colleague who presented a statement. So earlier on, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu had referenced the Constitution, Article 15 on protection of life, 16 on liberties, Article 12 on fundamental rights. Speaker, even to arrest and to detain or restrict citizens, the Constitution defines clearly how these matters should be dealt with. And our colleagues spoke to the reoccurrence of these incidents. I recall last week thereabout, a similar matter was raised, and the majority leader walked in. Apparently he's not been briefed on your earlier referral, inviting the Minister for Defense and Interior to come at close sitting. Speaker, this is not a matter we should belabor, and I would humbly suggest that we probably offload same matter on the earlier directives you gave, so that we'll kill, as it were, kill two birds with a stone. Except to say that as at now, as at today, I must say, the Chief Whip, the majority Chief Whip, has still not been able to give us directives or some direction when the Defense and Interior Minister will come meet us at close sitting, because that, Speaker, if you recall, that was your directive. So we need to show solidarity with our colleagues, the Honorable Boako and our colleague who spoke. And Speaker, they are only doing their constitutional mandates as representatives of the people, raising these matters to the attention of duty bearers to ensure we bring some sanity onto these constituencies. We have to act ASAP because, Speaker, the possibility of it degenerating is high. It's high, especially where people who are perceived as corporates are walking about in a very close society. They are walking about showing off without the authority or the law catching up with them, has the potential of inciting others to resort to other violent exchanges, which may not be too good for our country. Ghana is a peaceful country. We had a peaceful election. We have a government in place. When these things happen, there are incidents of people taking advantage. These things will happen, and it may not be coming from people put out by, people from government side. Bad individuals, bad people could take advantage of the situation and make government look bad. I want to join earlier speakers. And Speaker, I will go by also your earlier directives that we have a close sitting. This is a security sensitive matter. It cannot be open at plenary. That we can have a close sitting and get some briefing and see the way out. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to join colleagues who appreciate the fact that many of these matters are sensitive matters, and so I will be very cautious in commenting about these matters, and to say that in the mining situation, we need to have the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, step up in terms of their work, because before any mining license or concession is given or any development of a mine is approved, very extensive consultation is undertaken in the communities. Communities are educated, and the buy-in of the communities must be obtained even before certain approvals are given for development to take place. And so when those are not done, or they are done but they are not done properly, or that the genuine consent of the communities are not obtained, you will end up with these situations where some members of the community will resist. They will oppose, and sometimes the way that they go about it could end up being violent. Also, it is important that we pay attention to the local content policies of government. The local content policies aim at involving the communities and Ghanaians as part of the implementation of the mining project. They acquire an interest because they are the subcontractors. And when they are the subcontractors, it creates an opening for their fellow countrymen to also participate. So you will have a mine, and generally, almost every subcontractor is a Ghanaian. Most senior level operatives are Ghanaians, and it enables some level of local ownership of the mine. But when we don't implement the local content policies well, and I don't mean local content where the mining activities in Western region, then you go and bring some other contractor, even though he might be Ghanaian, he has no connection with the local community. And so the workers that he might bring have nothing to do with the local community. And then the locals actually become aliens in their own, territory, where a major economic opportunity is taking place that should be empowering them and not rather disempowering them. And so if we push and ensure the implementation of the local content policies that this Parliament has enacted, that seeks to involve communities in the implementation of major mining activities, we might see a greater ownership of mines by our local people. And I think when they own it, they will not fight it as a project. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, you go to a region, you go to a district where there is a big mining operation, like Newmont, like Anglo-Gold Ashanti, like Goldfields, and etc. Outside the borders of the mine, you see absolutely livelihood depend on it. So let's look at the issues of peace and security from that angle, and not simply a question of policing and military participation. Mr. Speaker, the towns and villages around mines tend to be the most expensive. The most expensive because their lands are taken away, agricultural declines, and so food naturally becomes expensive because there's an influx of people who are attracted to the mine. So there is an immediate population increase, higher population density, and that increases cost of living. Rental becomes expensive, food becomes expensive, all services become expensive. And this brings a certain toll on the lives of the indigenes of the place. So let's begin to look at how, when a mine is sited, the mine will also invest in major commercial agricultural enterprises not far away from the mines, because their presence there attracts population and they need food. And sustainably, you need to produce the food close by. And so whilst you are investing in all the heavy equipment to do mining, invest in large-scale commercial farms not far to produce food for the people that you have attracted, in order to maintain the cost of food and the livelihood in the community. Mr. Speaker, I have commenced discussion with some of the leaders of the mines for us to have some conference around these ideas and these themes to see how mines and communities around mines can share the resources that are in the mines. Immediately within the mine, you have serious finance officers who know how to go to the international financial market and raise hundreds of millions of dollars to invest in the mines. And yet the assemblies that are there don't even have the capacity to raise municipal bonds. And yet they need those municipal bonds just to fix toilets and fix schools and fix water systems in the community. You have mines that will go and buy ADTs, the most sophisticated, the biggest mining equipment, and yet just a few dozers and bulldozers to fix the roads in the region, in the district, they are not there. So all these resources are in the mines. How will we immediately outside the walls of the mines, as a government, build on these resources for the development of the towns and the communities immediately surrounding the mines? If we did that, things will not escalate to the point where it will be a question of shooting and killing. And so I will agree with our colleagues that the ministers will come and brief us, but because they are sensitive matters, the briefings, I believe, will be at the committee of the whole meeting, and we should commit to keep the information within us and not to use it, in our politics and etc. in the communities in a way that will undermine the effort to ensure law and order. Because none of you will know where you will be anywhere in the country. You can think that it is Bibiani. On the day that there will be an outbreak of violence, you may have gone to Bibiani to attend a schoolmate's funeral, and you get caught up in the violence. So security anywhere in the world is security, that is meant for all of us. And so we must all collectively support the ministers to do their work and ensure that there's law and order. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think our comment has been measured, and as the recommendation has come across, we will add this to the Minister for Interior. I think we are not certain as to when he is actually coming to the House. So please, leader of the House, please at least ferry this one as well to him, so that if he can come to the House by Friday, if it is possible, to come and brief us. The Walwale issue, then we can add up this one to him. So I come and brief the House. And like we said, when he comes, you have a close sitting discussion with him. So please, I so direct that leader, you relate with the Minister for Interior. In fact, someone was also discussing the issue with mining, and therefore you should add up the Minister for Lands. But for that one, I will urge that we file a question to the Minister to come and answer relating to that. This one is a security matters, and we want to build the Minister for Interior specifically to come and handle that. So I so direct. We take now is the turn for Honorable Davis Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to bring to the attention of this House to the unlawful ministerial interference in the enforcement actions of the National Communications Authority. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep concern regarding the recent directive issued by the Minister for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations in a media advisory dated 18 February 2025. This directive unlawfully instructs the National Communications Authority to take enforcement action against certain broadcasting stations allegedly operating without valid authorization. Such actions represent an unacceptable overreach of executive authority, undermining institutional independence, press freedom, and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, the Minister does not possess the legal authority to direct the NCA's regulatory or enforcement actions. Mr. Speaker, Section 3(1) of the National Communications Act states that except as otherwise provided in this Act, the authority shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority in performing its functions. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the Electronic Communications Act 2008, Act 775, reinforces this independence. Mr. Speaker, I specifically refer this House to Section 2(4), which says that broadcasting services require frequency authorization by the NCA. Section 9 talks about spectrum usage requires NCA authorization. And Section 58(1) says that the NCA controls, plans, administers, and licenses the radio frequency spectrum. The Minister's directive to close certain broadcasting stations directly contravenes these provisions. Mr. Speaker, if allowed to remain in effect, it could set a dangerous precedent for political interference in independent institutions, potentially extending beyond the NCA. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's role is confined to policy direction, not enforcement. Section 97(1) of the Act 775 states, the Minister may, on the advice of the authority by legislative instrument, make regulations generally to give effect to the provisions of this Act. Section 41 of the same Act limits the Minister's powers to policy directives, not operational decisions. The directive issued in the media advisory oversteps legal boundaries and constitutes executive overreach. Mr. Speaker, due process was ignored. Even if the affected stations encounter licensing issues, the law specifies a procedure for addressing such matters. Mr. Speaker, Section 9 of Act 775 requires formal notification of the alleged breach. It also requires a reasonable time frame which must be provided for rectification. And the same Act says that the station must be allowed to appeal before enforcement action is taken. Section 13 of Act 775 further stipulates that the frequency authorization may be revoked following due process. There is no evidence that these legal procedures were observed prior to the Minister's directive. If enforcement actions proceed without adherence to due process, this directive will constitute an abuse of executive power and direct threat to fair regulatory practices. Mr. Speaker, press freedom is also under threat. The directive is not merely a regulatory overreach. It constitutes an assault on press freedom. Article 21(1)(a) of the 1992 Constitution assures freedom of expression, including media freedom. Government's direct shutdowns without due process convey a chilling message to journalists and media organizations that their operations are subject to political approval. A free press is vital for democratic accountability, and this unconstitutional interference must not be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, this House must act swiftly to prevent any further abuse of power. I have submitted a half-hour motion summoning the Minister to appear before Parliament to explain this unlawful Directive. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I urge Parliament to summon the Minister of Communications and to clarify this unlawful directive to the NCA. 2, instruct the NCA to suspend all enforcement actions related to the Minister's directive until due process is confirmed. 3, charge the committees on communications and constitutional and legal affairs with investigating whether the minister acted unilaterally or under political influence. Right Honorable Speaker, this represents a test of our commitment to democracy. This issue transcends political parties and centers of safeguarding of our democracy. We must act decisively to uphold the rule of law and prevent any further executive outrage. Ghana's democracy is at stake. Thank you very much for the opportunity to bring this matter to your attention. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, we are going to also have 2 comments from each side. But before then, please indulge me in 5 minutes suspension. Thank you so much for your indulgence. Now, yes, Honorable Member for Tema Central. Eh?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must commend the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative to demystify the mantra of push and pull, abolition, once there's a change in government. Mr. Speaker, it is a continual process, governance. Mr. Speaker, we must also be made aware that communication technology is the key in developing every nation. The synergical effect of what technology brings in must not be downplayed. We just heard Apple injecting over $500 billion into the economy of the US of A, and by that reducing unemployment by 20,000. Yet, our communication minister has found it necessary to rather close up radio stations instead of coming out with the framework as to how communication is going to help the nation Ghana. I humbly submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Nobody from majority side? Yes. Honorable Tampuli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to contribute to the statement ably delivered by my very good friend Davis Opoku, Member of Parliament for the people of Mpraeso, on the unlawful ministerial interference in the enforcement actions of the Minister for Communications on the National Communications Authority. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement makes reference to the act that established the National Communications Authority. And like many acts, Mr. Speaker, there is place for ministerial authority and supervision. Now, what those acts do, including this particular act of the NCA, is to give powers to the minister to make policy directives and interventions to enhance the work of the NCA. Mr. Speaker, no room is created for the minister to interfere in operational matters as far as the NCA Act is concerned. What we are seeing today, Mr. Speaker, is an overzealous minister who has moved beyond the policy direction by the minister and the ministry and is now dabbling in palpable frivolities. Mr. Speaker, the minister has decided to move beyond the policy directions to now direct that directors of the NCA proceed on leave. Mr. Speaker, he is also requesting for CVs of directors and staff of the NCA. Now, if ministers go beyond the policy directives and now go all the way to the staff, Mr. Speaker, then the NCA has to pack bag and baggage and go and sit at the Ministry of Communications, so that the minister will run the ministry and run the NCA, run GIFEC, run NITA, run all the agencies. Now, this is not properly situated within the meaning of what we call constitutionalism. Government according to predetermined rules. The rules are there. The minister has set his own rules and is running amok. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Communication must be called to order. Immediately so. Now, this is a minister, when he was on this side of the aisle, and some radio stations were directed to be closed down by the NCA and not the minister. Mr. Speaker, the minister who was then deputy ranking for communications, and I was a member of the communications committee, who summoned the minister.
and we requested the minister to direct NCA. All manner of things took place in this house, in this hallowed chamber at the committee level, and then the press conferences that he was holding. How can that same person transmogrify himself from a defender now to the adversary? Mr. Speaker, did we reset to do things worse than they happened before? What was the essence of reset? We said we should reset in order to do things right. Now, where does the minister derive his power to ask the radio stations to be closed down when the powers that he has under the NCA Act do not come anywhere close to what he's doing? So, Mr. Speaker, what the minister is doing is to probably later on request that every promotion that will take place at NCA must be brought to the minister for him to authorize before. Even staff salaries would have to be sent to the minister for him to pay. Mr. Speaker, it looks like we have an Idi Amin in the making. We have an Idi Amin in the making. This house will not watch for an Idi Amin to emerge at the Ministry of Communication. And we are sending the signal to the Minister for Communications to relax. To relax. The exuberance is getting too much.
Hold on. Yes, leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I like Idi Amin. He's a nice guy. But where Idi Amin is painted as a dictator, and then a minister of state is likened to Idi Amin, it becomes an inappropriate referral of the minister. So I beg you can make your point without alleging that an Idi Amin is emerging at the Ministry of Communication. I'm just happy that he's admitting that this is not the first time a radio station is being shut down, and that even when the NPP was in office, radio stations were being shut down. But please don't refer to the minister as Idi Amin.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the House is the one who is putting words in my mouth. I never mentioned a dictator. I said Idi Amin probably because of their body size. I'm making reference to, so there could be similarities in the two of them. I haven't said he's a dictator. So, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on again. Yeah, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that he ought to apologize to our colleague who is not here. To body shame him is completely unacceptable. How would you take it if you say you are as short as Nanado? How would you feel? No, how will you? You see, someone is rising up. Mr. Speaker, someone is rising up. And that is the reason why you shouldn't body shame him. And I think that you should do the needful. The list that is, well, he's not here. I will. Hold on. If you feel offended because I describe you to be as short as Nanado, I sincerely apologize and withdraw. So will you do the needful? Honorable
Mutala, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. You get up.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, take off that reference.
I've withdrawn. He asked me whether I would do the needful, and I said that if he feels offended, I withdraw entirely. So I expect him to do the same.
Okay.
I expect him to do the same.
Very well. Honorable Tampuli, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Do away with that. The body sizing, I don't think.
Mr. Speaker.
It will be offensive. It will be offensive. So you.
Mr. Speaker, very often you find some matters are presented to the public in what you would describe as sheep in wolf skin. All right, Mr. Speaker. In this particular case, the actions of the minister comes in as a wolf as it is. Honorable, it's an act that is an affront, honorable members, to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable member, it is an action, honorable, that what is that? Contaminates. Mr. Speaker, what the minister did. Honorable Tampuli, what the minister did. Honorable Tampuli, are you listening to me? Please withdraw that. Mr. Speaker, I concede. Honorable members, why? Well. I offer my concession. Mr. Speaker.
Why? I have asked him to withdraw that statement. Please withdraw that statement. We withdraw it effectively.
Mr. Speaker, we didn't hear the word withdraw. He's used some strange word called concession. We don't know anything about concession.
Honorable,
you've been asked to withdraw, so you withdraw.
Well.
Honorable, please withdraw. Let's have.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader, sometime in 2007.
I am asking you to withdraw, please.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I will do the needful. Mr. Speaker, I will do the needful. I just want to lay a foundation. Allow. Mr. Speaker, sometime in 2007, the Honorable Majority Leader was brought to the law school by his good friend, Professor Raymond Atuguba, to teach me. Incidentally, he taught me lawmaking process that day. So even if I won't withdraw, but for the fact that he has intervened, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw because of him. I will withdraw, not because of you. Mr. Speaker, the action of the Minister for Communications. Mr. Speaker, the action of the Minister for Communications, if allowed to stand, is going to set a very bad precedent. And one day, when the tables turn, which it will turn in 2028, Mr. Speaker, they are likely to face the wrath of another minister from our side who is likely to do the same thing. So this act, Mr. Speaker, it violates and contaminates the Constitution. It contaminates the NCA Act and other extant laws of the Republic of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, I endorse the recommendation that have been made by the Member of Parliament from Christ. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, Honorable Professor Yensu. Leader, what is it? Okay.
Speaker, I think this is not fair. The Honourable Member for Kwesimintim, he gets up and shouts. Speaker, our side, tries to comport ourselves. Speaker, I think some caution, and the majority leader should also talk to his people. When our side, somebody from our side gets up to speak, and they get up and shout, it's not right. Speaker, that was the reason why I got up to catch your attention. The majority leader should speak to their side. When somebody from our side is speaking, he can't get up and shout. A typical example is our colleague, my respected colleague from Kwesimintim. He has done it on 2 occasions today. That is not parliamentary. And I respect him. He shouldn't do that. Speaker, take a particular attention to that. He was asked to withdraw. He has withdrawn.
Thank you very much.
He shouldn't just get up and shout. It's not right.
Thank you very much. Professor Yensu, please take the floor. Minister, sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make this statement. Mr. Speaker, the issue in discussion is about body shaming, and I think that the Honourable must withdraw and apologize to the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as women, we go through body shaming a lot. And it is a big gender issue that needs to be addressed. If the Honourable Minister had an issue with the Honourable Communications Minister, I truly believe that he could have addressed it without talking about his body habitus. It is, people have mental health issues precisely from body shaming. And I truly believe that he needs to apologize and withdraw. Thank you.
That
Mr.
issue,
Speaker.
okay, if you have concluded, that's fine. So, no, let me give it to
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for my voice to count on this occasion. I commend my brother for bringing this matter very respectfully to the attention of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when a Minister of State, whose business, among others, should be creating jobs for the people of this country, is given directive that is not only going to let Ghanaians lose jobs, but government lose revenue through taxation, then, Mr. Speaker, the minister is committing an economic sabotage. He is committing an economic sabotage that businesses set up by Ghanaians to undertake communication business. Mr. Speaker, he is saying that should be closed down. And it's very important that we look at the fact that the minister, when he was sworn into office in less than a month, is yet to create any job for the people of this country apart from jobs that he's revoking. Mr. Speaker, we should take serious interest in this matter, especially because the infraction is against an act which was passed by this House. An act, very respectfully, that this House vested power in the National Communications Authority. The minister is usurping it. Mr. Speaker, on all fours, on all fronts, the minister's action is against the interest of this country and is worthy of interrogation by this House. Mr. Speaker, the attention of this House has been drawn to the fact that the minister's power under the National Communications Authority is only limited to policy. Very respectful. It's not for nothing that, Mr. Speaker, in creating the power or in creating the institution of NCA, Mr. Speaker, we deliberately limited it that way. Mr. Speaker, it was also because we're mindful of Article 23 of the Constitution. We're mindful of Article 296 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this action is very, very bad and should not be encouraged. Mr. Speaker, we risk setting bad precedent that the minister is closing businesses, instructing that businesses be closed.
Let me listen to the leader of the House. I'm not done.
Mr. Speaker, all those who have spoken, I have not heard anybody read the official communication of the minister closing any particular radio station.
I hope I'll come to you so that...
No. It's important. When you misinform the House, when you mislead the House, I don't have to wait till it's my turn to correct the records. None of them has laid in this House the communication directing the suspension of operations of these radio stations. None of them. That is the minister's statement. That's the minister's statement. What does the statement say, Mr. Speaker? The statement says that the directive to shut down the station is issued in accordance with Section 13(1)(e) of the Electronic Communications Act, which empowers the National Communications Authority to suspend or revoke frequency authorizations in the interest of national security, public order, or the public interest. So who suspended? Who revoked it? The National Communication Authority. The National Communication Authority. It is the National Communication Authority. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and that was done based on a report of the Regional Security Council.
Honorable Leader, respectfully, I wouldn't like to cut you short, but please, I'll give you the opportunity as leaders to conclude. So let me, Honorable Menchia South, if you can conclude.
Mr. Speaker, it is even worse. The elucidation given on this matter by the distinguished majority leader, the Venerable, even makes this matter worse. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is an admission that that power belongs to the NCA. Nevertheless, there is a directive compelling the NCA to take a certain path. Mr. Speaker, when we all know that the NCA, the minister's power as regards the NCA is limited to policy. Mr. Speaker, it is without a doubt that that is not the policy. Or, Mr. Speaker, are we saying that the policy going forward will be to shut down radio stations? Is that, Mr. Speaker, are we saying that the policy going forward will be for the minister to be directing NCA to shut down radio stations? Mr. Speaker, is that going to be the policy? They should let us know. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. In concluding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in bringing my submission to an end, Mr. Speaker, most of these things are happening because there's still no committees in place. Mr. Speaker, if there were to be a committee in place that will have an oversight responsibility over the National Communications Authority, Mr. Speaker, it appears that the delay in constituting committees in this House, Mr. Speaker, is to enable them is to enable the majority and the ruling government, Mr. Speaker, to evade accountability. Mr. Speaker, left to me alone, my position will be that even the vetting processes, Mr. Speaker, should be halted until committees, very respectfully, are constituted. It appears that the delay in constituting committees is enabling, is facilitating, is giving the majority and the ruling government the energy, Mr. Speaker, to commit illegalities, just as the communication minister is doing. So, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, it is very critical that this matter, Mr. Speaker, is interrogated and the illegality resolved, especially since it concerns the breach of a law that this House passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'll come to leadership. Leadership. Yes, let me start with minority leader then, or you want to start? Yes, minority chief whip.
Speaker, I think as a House, we need to interrogate this matter properly. The Honorable David Sopoku has brought a very important subject matter. We all know the essence of checks and balances, and Article 23 of the 1992 Constitution, what it talks about, the need for administrative body to respect laws in our country. I thought that the minister in his early days will focus on the promise and the manifesto of the NDC. Definitely, the Ministry of Communication should be looking at the cost of data. Certainly, they should be looking at mobile network connectivity. Certainly, they should be looking at their digital economy and innovation, e-governance services. These are the narrative that should be engaging his attention. I am surprised that out of the blue, the closure of radio station has become a matter of importance to the minister. It's quite unfortunate. What are we seeking to do? The maker of the statement is basically bringing the matter to the fore for us to engage these matters. If indeed he's within the law, of course, then let's speak to the fact. As far as we understand, and the fact before us, we think the minister has gone in excess of his powers. That is what we are saying. He's gone beyond the excess of his powers. And Speaker, if you contain me, let me just read portions of the release. The Honorable Minister for Communication, and it is captioned, Enforcement Action Against Unauthorized Broadcasting Operations. Amongst others, the Honorable Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation has directed the Acting Director General of the National Communication Authority. In what capacity is he directing the NCA? To take immediate enforcement action against the following entities for operating without valid blah blah blah, and goes on. Speaker, the relevant word there is directing. As to whether the minister has those powers, we need to, that is what we are seeking to interrogate. And Speaker, we are an arm of government. And interestingly, the minister is a member of this house. Earlier speakers have referenced his comment when similar actions were taken in times past and the position he took. And his position now smacks of hypocrisy. Speaker, this is the thrust of the matter. The minister must come to this house. He was approved by this house. He was given the mandate by this house. He must come and report to this house. We need to hear from him where he's getting those powers to direct the NCA to take such draconian actions. As a house, we must come together and invite the minister for him to appear and come and do a proper representation before the house, and for us to interrogate these actions. Speaker, we are building a democracy, and it's important we learn from incidents that have happened before. And I hear people say, during your time, you closed down Radio Gold. These are baseless defense. I hear people say, you closed down radio stations, you closed down Radio Gold. Even if it is the case, must we repeat the mistakes? We mustn't do that. We must move ahead as a nation. In the context of your resetting, you said you were going to reset Ghana, and Ghanaians are giving you the mandate. Speaker, without adding more, I think that the minister should focus on what can change the narrative. E-governance, reduction of cost of data, building network connectivity. Ghanaians are still worried about network connectivity, and this is what should be attracting his attention. Speaker, I think we will employ your consequential directives that ASAP, the Honorable Minister for Communication, should be programmed. And Speaker, shouldn't go beyond Friday. He must come before this house, tell us the reasoning behind his action, and come and show this house where he's drawing his powers by directing the NCA to take such illegal actions against certain entities. Speaker, without adding more, I think anybody who wants to comment, and earlier on, the majority leader tried to catch your attention, and he was reading something else. He should quote. This is a copy, and Speaker, I'm ready to tender this. I want to tender it. He should quote from the release from the minister, and then we can make a proper debate on this subject matter. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me...
Please, table office, I want to tender this.
Let me invite the majority leader.
Leader, you should have a copy. I want to tender it, and let it be a reference.
Let me give the floor to Majority Leader to also comment on the statement. But before the Majority Leader takes the floor, let me acknowledge at the public gallery some visitors from the United States Air War College students, as I said, they are from United States, and I believe they are in the country to do one or two business or to study one or two issues relating to Ghana. So, honorable members, I will refer you, honorable members, you are welcome to Ghana, and you are welcome to the chamber of the legislature. So we are in the process of making statements which will enhance our governance. So you are welcome once again. Yes, Majority Leader, you may take the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a very simple matter. And I'm surprised that the very valuable time of this House is spent discussing a matter that is so simple and straightforward. Mr. Speaker, this is the basis of the statement and the comments that have been made so far. I ask for your kind permission to read it, just to read it. And I'm happy that we have people who understand English listening. Mr. Speaker, listen carefully. It says that the Honorable Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations has directed the Acting Director General of the National Communications Authority, NCA, to take immediate enforcement action against the following entities for operating without valid frequency authorizations. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, directing the Acting Director General of an agency under the Minister to take immediate enforcement action against the following entities for operating without valid frequency authorizations. Mr. Speaker, what I hear from the other side is not that it is the case that they had license. They are not insisting that they had license. They are also not denying that they operated without frequency authorization. They are not denying. I haven't heard them deny the whole day. I haven't heard them deny that they operated without appropriate frequency authorization. Mr. Speaker, I remember that one of the oaths that we swore in this House is to uphold and enforce the laws of this country. Even if the minister had not directed, I expected you honorable members of parliament, to direct any officer who is supervising radio stations that are operating without frequency authorization. You, as patriotic citizens, as lawmakers, you have made a law that says that to operate a radio station, you must have frequency authorization. You made the law. And somebody is running a radio station, operating it without frequency authorization. And the minister dutifully directs that the law should be enforced. And you come to this House and say that we shouldn't close early and have lunch because of that matter. Mr. Speaker, they are asking how did the minister know? Because they don't know that on this side, we appointed people who are so competent that nothing will pass by them. Mr. Speaker, the minister is so competent that they didn't think he would know that those stations were operating without frequency authorization. And when the minister gets to know within 10 days of sitting in that office, they are surprised. They are mesmerized. We have the men and the women who are capable of doing the job. Within 10 days, they got to know. And he's enforcing the law. I don't understand why you are complaining. A minister is simply directing that enforce the law. What do you expect a minister to do? So please, I'm surprised that you will make the minister the subject of castigation, of unnecessary attacks, trying to question his competence, when all the minister is saying in this communication is that Director General enforce the law, because these stations are operating without frequency authorization. How is that an offense? How is that a matter for which the minister should be summoned to this house to come and answer? Are you trying to intimidate ministers and prevent them from doing their jobs? Is that what you are trying to do? The minister will shut down the stations today. Tomorrow he will shut them down. Tomorrow next he will shut them down. If they want, they should go for authorization. He will shut them down. He will shut them down. They should go for authorization. They should go for frequency authorization. If they have valid frequency authorizations, nobody will shut them down. Why didn't the minister shut down Joy FM? Why didn't he shut down City FM? Why hasn't he shut down all the other stations that are operating in town today? Because they have valid frequency authorizations. If you had come to this house to say that a station has valid frequency authorization and it has been shut down, then you have a case. So please, Mr. Speaker, I think that there is no basis for inviting the minister to come to this house. The minister has done no wrong. As the statement indicates, they had no frequency authorization, so they were operating illegally, and it's the duty of the minister to enforce the law. And he has done that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please. We said 2-2, and the leaders have spoken. I don't see why we should go back to members, please. So we take the last statement, and after the last statement, we have a closed sitting with the Foreign Affairs Minister coming to discuss one or two issues with us. So we take the last statement from Dr. Kwame, from Honorable Edem Putusu. Is he in the floor? Yes.
If you may, the statement delivered by Honorable Davis. Speaker, we had invited you.
No, I'm not yielding to that. Let's put a question to him to come and answer some of the irregularities that we think it might have occurred. So let's come by way of question, please. So, Honorable Edem Putusu, please, that's the last statement we are taking for the day. So, even though I think the statement should have read yesterday, the statement should have been read yesterday.
Mr. Speaker, anyway. Thanks for indulging me. I rise today on behalf of the Ghanaian people to solemnly acknowledge a dark and shameful moment in our nation's history, the 59th anniversary of the overthrow of Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah on 24th February 1966. This day marks not just the removal of Ghana's first president, but a deliberate and orchestrated attack on the sovereignty, vision, and progress of our country. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was not just a Ghanaian leader. He was an African visionary and a global statesman, and a relentless advocate for the independence and sovereignty of the African continent from the yoke of colonialism. His leadership saw Ghana take its place as the first sub-Saharan African nation to gain independence, inspiring a wave of liberation movements across the continent His vision for economic independence, the creation of state industries, and the dream of a United States of Africa threatened powerful global interests, leading to external interference in our affairs. Mr. Speaker, today we recall with clarity the role of foreign forces, particularly the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA of the United States of America, as contained in the famous book, The Great Deception, in orchestrating the coup that toppled Dr. Nkrumah's government. Declassified documents and historical accounts confirm what many suspected all along, that his removal was not merely an internal matter, but a well-calculated act of imperial subversion. This betrayal was not just against Nkrumah, but against the aspirations of all Ghanaians and Africans. The consequences of that coup were and are dire. It derailed Ghana's industrial and infrastructural progress, reversed our trajectory towards economic self-reliance, and left us vulnerable to cycles of instability and dependency. To this day, we continue to grapple with the remnants of that intervention in our economic structures, governance, and national psyche. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect on this anniversary, let us do so with renewed determination and as representatives of the people. We owe it a duty to lead our people to reclaim the Nkrumah project. Let this serve as a lesson on the need for vigilance, unity, and commitment to Ghana's sovereignty. We must learn from history and guard against external and internal forces that seek to divide us and derail our national aspirations. Dr. Nkrumah's dream of a prosperous, self-reliant Ghana and a united Africa remains relevant today. It's our duty as representatives of the people to champion policies that reflect his ideals of economic independence, Pan-African unity, and social justice. We must invest in industrialization, protect our national resources, and prioritize the well-being of all our people above all else. On this day, let's commit ourselves to Ghana's progress, drawing inspiration from Osagyefo's unwavering dedication to the African cause. Though he was overthrown, his vision remains unshaken, and it's upon us to ensure that his legacy lives on. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that through a motion from this House and consistent with popular demands from the Ghanaian people, that each of the 16 regions should have a monument, preferably libraries, named after Dr. Kwame Nkrumah as and when funds are available. May we always remember and may we always strive to build the Ghana that Nkrumah dreamed of. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
I will take 2-2 as usual. So let me begin from here. Then I'll come here, go here, go here. Then. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my honourable friend on the other side. Kwame Nkrumah, we all know, played an important role in the independence of this country. And so any day that we ought to celebrate the legacy of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah ordinarily it is very fine and we all support. But on this day, the statement read is in relation to the overthrow of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And we all understand from history, right from 1947, when Dr. Nkrumah came to Ghana, or then Gold Coast, to support the independence struggle, his contribution to the independence struggle, which later culminated into his ascension as the president of Ghana. So, from the time that Dr. Nkrumah became president, ordinarily the Constitution, the 1960 Constitution of Ghana, gave His Excellency Dr. Kwame Nkrumah a mandate to rule for a 4-year term. However, certain actions of the government at the time, including trying to pass or make Ghana a one-party state, were some of the concerns that led people in that time to object and fight against those decisions of His Excellency Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. For me, it's important that we learn lessons from history. When we move forward or we fast forward to our current 1992 Constitution and its dispensation, we can clearly say that the lessons of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, we as the political class or elite in this country ought to be careful, because our actions and inactions have the tendency to call on others who have problems with the politics that we do to also take certain actions that can affect the democracy that we all look forward to. So, in as much as it is very sad to see an overthrow of a constitutionally elected government, it is very important that in our dispensation, we protect the democracy with the actions that we take as a government. Some of these actions include protecting the fundamental human rights of our citizenry. And when we raise issues which we just discussed about press freedom and broadcasting freedom, these are all avenues that allows the Ghanaian populace to be able to vent or air their views in this country. And so any attempt to curtail some of these things have the tendency of obstructing or bringing people who have hot heads to take certain decisions against our democracy. So on this day, I want to join hands with my colleague, commending him for reminding this chamber of the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. But I believe that we all in this parliament have to protect the democracy that we have established under the 4th Constitutional Republic of this country. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this statement ably made by our colleague. The statement is a reminder of criminality in our body politics. It's a reminder of a criminal and justifiable overthrow of a democratically elected President of the Republic of Ghana. People can never be absolutely satisfied by any leader. The immediate past government, people were not satisfied by certain decisions. And of course, even this government, people may not be satisfied with certain decisions taken. But that is not a license to torpedo, truncate the democratic processes. What is grievous about the criminal overthrow of Nkrumah is the fact that people allowed people outside this country to influence that. And there are ample evidences, conclusively, stating without any doubt that the overthrow of Nkrumah was not planned in Ghana. It was planned by the people who felt we needed to still come into them, bowl in hand, so that they can dictate to us how this country is governed. Nkrumah said he won't do that. It is shocking that there have been subtle attempts to justify the criminal act perpetrated by certain people in this country by using certain policy interventions of Nkrumah. Show me one single thing Nkrumah did without passing through the due process of law. Even the PDA, which indeed has been repudiated and condemned by many of our friends, cannot question the legality of that action. It was an action that was taken by the Parliament of Ghana. And it is amazing that this attempt to find justification to an illegality for me is laughable, to say the least. Don't judge me by my height. Judge me by the depth from which I began, and you would understand the justification in taking certain actions Nkrumah took. There were certain cities in this country Nkrumah, as the sitting president, could not travel to. Certain cities in this country. You had a woman in Kumasi who they used pestle to pound at the private part of that woman. And you know the woman's crime? She was only a member of CPP. So at that time, and interestingly, people who are now condemning one-party state, they were hailing another leader who had passed one-party state. Ifobwanyi was their hero, yet they are condemning one-party state. I think that the hypocrisy in our body politics ought to be avoided. Nkrumah is the founder the only founder of the state Ghana. I have heard, Mr. Speaker, I have heard people who have even argued that the big six, there are big six. Maybe perhaps they do not appreciate the day that so-called big six came to being. It was after the 1948 riot, when Ghanaians, ex-servicemen, who fought a war that had nothing to do with them, and promises were made to these Ghanaians by the so-called colonial masters. When they were making demand, there was a military leader of the British called Major Imrie, who instructed those ex-servicemen to be gunned down. That occasioned a riot. At that time, Nkrumah was at Salt Pond. When people were round up, all the so-called fights, which added to Nkrumah, when they interrogated, they said they didn't organize it. It was Nkrumah who organized it. At the time when the 1948 riot happened, Nkrumah was not even in Accra. They said they never participated in the 1948 riot. Yet they want us to call them Big Six. So, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing like Big Six. There was only one, and that one is Osagyefo.
Thank you. If you
Right, Honorable Speaker, it is important.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 5 minutes.
Let me conclude.
Conclude.
Mr. Speaker, what is hurtful? Mr. Speaker, what is hurtful for some of us who are in academia, and I speak as a political scientist. Mr. Speaker, Nkrumah has gotten people to write an African encyclopedia. On the campus of a university, I have acquired 3 degrees. I shamefully want to state that university brought all the writings of Nkrumah, including the African encyclopedia, which was virtually completed, to be bent at the supervision of lecturers of that university. I feel ashamed that I had 3 degrees from that university.
Thank you.
The history of this country can never be rewritten. Nkrumah is the founder. He will remain the founder.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, we have named state edifices after criminals who indeed participated in the overthrow of the first democratically elected government in this country. Nkrumah has no equal. He will remain the founder. He will remain the hero, no matter the death. And it is, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, it is not
Thank you.
To conclude, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, just I beg you.
Oh.
It is not for nothing. Nkrumah was voted African of the Millennium.
Thank you.
Nkrumah, African of the Millennium.
Thank
Nkrumah,
you.
among all the heroes in Africa, respect the name of Nkrumah.
Honorable Tampuli. It appears when we mention Kwame Nkrumah, it's like, yes, Honorable Tampuli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to the statement that was made to commemorate the anniversary of the overthrow of the first Prime Minister, first President of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, that overthrow, as well as subsequent overthrows, have been blots on our nation, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it's been said, and it's bear repeating, that the more things change, the more they remain the same. Things that happened after the overthrow of Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah that we condemn. Same things happened after the overthrow of Professor K. Buzia and more recently, the overthrow of the Hillary Liman administration. Mr. Speaker, the flogging of women and putting things, excuse me to say, in their private parts continued after the 1981 overthrow of the Hillary Liman administration. Mr. Speaker, very close by here, Makola women were stripped naked. Justice Park in Koforidua. Mr. Speaker, there are a litany of such examples across the country. Mr. Speaker, the immediate speaker who made a commentary made reference to the fact that all the things that happened during the Kwame Nkrumah administration were made pursuant to laws that were passed. Mr. Speaker, be that as it is also true that the Nazi Adolf Hitler, every action that Adolf Hitler took were made pursuant to law. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not about whether it is pursuant to law or absence of law. It is about the morality of the law. Mr. Speaker, it's about the morality of the law. So, Mr. Speaker, when you make reference to law, everything that we spoke about this morning is made pursuant to a certain law. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, we are not happy about military overthrow. There are excesses even in our democratic experiments. There are excesses. It does not call for military interventions. Mr. Speaker, we have had, military interventions across the West Africa sub-region. And one would have thought that in this day and age, military interventions will be things of the past. But, Mr. Speaker, we still have, coupists, taking the reins of power in Niger. We have in Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Gabon, and so on and so forth. So, Mr. Speaker, when we celebrate and commemorate days like this, it also reminds us that we must all roundly condemn coupists who are still in our midst, even up to today, and not give them room to operate. We don't have to give them the kind of recognition that we are giving them now, unless, of course, we are saying that what happened in 1966 is something that we are going to be very proud and happy about. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make some short statement, comments to the statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the first timers, let me remind you, tomorrow is the backbenchers' day. So rest for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll give you enough time to do whatever you want to do. So let me invite the Minister for Foreign Affairs to comment on.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this solemn statement. The 24th of February 1966 coup, the first coup recorded in Ghana. And indeed, that is the coup that triggered a chain reaction of coups on the African continent. Mr. Speaker, after the 24th of February 1966 coup, the jury has returned that the Osagefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is the best leader that this continent has ever seen, and indeed ranks very highly as one of the best leaders the whole world has ever known. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement, my good friend, the Honorable MP for Ho, the Honorable Edem Kotosu, has to be commended as a first-time member of Parliament for commemorating this day. And indeed, I would like to encourage him to institutionalize this commemoration so that every year we shall be remembered. All of us ought to remember that 24 February 1966 is Ghana's Day of Shame. It marks the darkest hour in the history of our country. By 24 February 1966, what Osagefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah had achieved in education, in energy, in infrastructure. Indeed, the analysis has been done that a lot of the first world countries today, they were nowhere near Ghana in 1966. By the time Kwame Nkrumah commissioned our harbors, many European countries did not have the kind of harbor we had. By the time he commissioned the Tema motorway, many in cosmopolitan Europe were waiting to have a motorway of that nature. By the time the Akosombo Dam.
Okay, so I will exhaust the right-hand side, and then I'll give the leader the opportunity to come in. And hopefully he will wrap up from his end, and I can wrap the whole meeting up. Thank you. When it comes, yeah, because I didn't know you wanted to. Yeah, okay. So please, you have the...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Deputy Minister. In the previous government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the then Minister Finance attempted to transition ministry, departments, and agencies to use the solar energy to reduce the government bill that has to be paid. What are you going to do to, push for this to take place? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is something that my minister has indicated that he's going to pursue. That is, government institutions, including even parliament, are going to be given, or they're going to install solar panels in government institutions, which includes parliament. So I will support my minister to pursue this.
On this note, Mr. Chair, congratulations. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me get some understanding here from the leader. Leader, you did say that you will wrap, that exclude Honorable Patrick Boama. All right, okay, fair enough. Honorable Patrick Boama, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Chair. And congratulations, Richard. And I'm sure the Methodist Church will be proud of you. You know about Ghana Oil Company Limited. It's an agency under your ministry. They recently constructed a $45 million bitumen plant in Tema to reduce the importation of bitumen into the country, which stands about 11-point-something billion million dollars a year. I don't know your briefing. Were you briefed on this plant and how you are going to increase the production level of bitumen through that facility to assist with the road construction in this country. I don't know if you got the right briefing on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've not had briefing on this.
Smart one. then you need proper briefing on that. Because I've seen some appointments being made to GOIL and the Board of GOIL and what have you.
I will protect you if you agree to conclude.
Chairman, am I being harassed?
I wouldn't do that to you. Please feel free and go ahead.
I wish the nominee well, Chairman.
Thank you.
Patrick Boama, as reasonable a man as you've always been. Honorable Ladi, you have the floor now. And then after you, we'll come to the leader.
I will not be tempted. You see now.
Honorable, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, my brother. There is an issue I have observed, and it's quite worrying. It looks like many times it eludes every government, not only this. The issue of our institutions. And when I talk of our institutions, especially our tertiary and secondary schools, you tend to realize that sometimes they have a lot of electricity bills to pay. And it's very difficult for them. That's giving the masters, the principals, what have you, a big headache. Sometimes even they get cut off and they suffer a lot. I know solar power may look expensive. As a deputy, if fortunately you are given the nod, will you consider suggesting to your minister that at least our tertiary institutions and the secondary schools should be given some solar lighting opportunity so that it would reduce this problem of ours? Because most of our institutions, I believe that they can get enough sunshine to get solar lights working. Will you make that suggestion to your minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would suggest and then support my minister in this regard.
If I tell you that excellent, again, I'll get another boost, but I'll say it excellent. Our markets, where most of us women, sometimes we go to the market, we even stay into the night. And we also go very early. Many times the women get there when it's quite dark in the morning and they leave very late. But you realize there is no enough lighting in the markets. No street lights. The places are not properly wired. So sometimes you have market fires, and sometimes even they lose some items because they tend not to see or know when there is darkness. Some of the things that may be pilfered away or whatsoever. Will you suggest to your minister, when you get the nod, that our markets should be taken care of? There should be enough lighting systems, street lights, all over the market, and that the stores in the markets that use electricity should be looked into, and the women should be supported to ensure that wiring to their stores are properly done. Because you may go and see one pole with more than 20 connections, and when there is any least mistake, the place gets engulfed in fire. Would you suggest this to the minister? And will you follow up? Because I will follow you and ask you about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will do that. I will actually suggest to my minister and will also make sure I follow up on it.
More than excellent. I'll add a 0 to the 100 to make it 1,000%. And I won't say bye-bye, because if I say it and add to the excellent, it will be another story. Be ready. I will come to your office and follow up on these things to prompt you that you have to ensure that you remind your minister about this. I wish you all the best in all your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much, Honorable Member, Honorable Leader, with your indulgence, I want to continue to stay on the right and ask Honorable Shaibu to come in. Then after that, I'll cede the floor to you. Thank you.
Chairman, I'm exceedingly grateful. Honorable Nominee, congratulations one more time. I want us to go back to GOIL. And this time around, whether you have the briefing or not, because you have been a player in the downstream, you will have a fair idea. What is the state of GOIL as we speak today, from your experience on the downstream industry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, even though I've been in the downstream for some time, at least for the last 5 years, I've been in Parliament. I've not actually been following what goes on in GOIL. GOIL is a listed company. This year, their accounts are not out. So if it's out, I'll be able to speak to it because I've not received any briefing. But if the accounts are out, at least based on that, as an accountant, I'll be able to tell the performance of GOIL. Thank you.
Thank you. One other critical one, and I know that it affects most legislators seated here, those of us who represent rural communities. Rural water supply has become a big issue. And even though when you manage to get a borehole to the communities, now electricity is extended to those communities. We try to do connectivity to mechanize those boreholes for the communities. Payment of electricity bill on those mechanized boreholes has been a big issue. I know that street lighting is charged to the entire generality of the population. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, mechanized borehole for rural communities is for the entire community. Why would we be billing the community for, a service that is akin to a street light for the entire community? Would you suggest to your minister, or take this up when you get to office, that mechanization of rural communities is not for commercial purpose, it is for the community usage? Would you suggest that this be treated like street lighting, and that you don't bill those to the communities?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's a fantastic idea you have actually shared here. I would actually also recommend it to my minister, and then we'll see how best we can take this thing on. Thank you.
On this note, Mr. Speaker, let me wish my good friend the very best. I know you will do well at the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. At this stage, you want to ask the question? Please, Please, I'll call in the leader to take the floor. To take the floor. Leader, you have the floor.
How many master's degrees do you have?
Mr. Chairman, I have one, and I have another one. I'm awaiting graduation.
Are you done with school, or you are still on your project work?
Mr. Chairman, I'm done with school.
Have you submitted all academic work for assessment?
Mr. Chairman, I've done so.
The assessment of your project work has not been marked and result published, correct?
Mr. Chairman, it's been marked and it's been published.
Can you provide evidence of same to this committee with the leave of chairman?
Honorable Nominee, I grant you the leave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do so.
One of your referees, you provided reference. You provided 2 referees on your CV. One of them says you are opinionated. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't share in that view because I'm not.
But you provided his name, not us. You provided the name of an individual to be your referee for the purposes of this vetting. And the person says you are opinionated when the records of his knowledge of you was sought. And you are challenging that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I have to respond, I would say that, as it is said, opinion is something that that's how people see things. So if that is how he's saying it, I will also assess myself and try to do the right thing.
Yeah, but he has worked with you, and you, for all the people in the world, you felt that these are people who know you well. Are you suggesting that you have a disagreement with the view expressed that you opinionated?
Mr. Chairman, as I earlier said, that is the view somebody has seen and actually.
Not somebody, your own referee.
So that is the view my referee has shared. I have actually taken notes.
I take it in good faith. Say so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So continue. I'm aiding you with the phrase. I take it in good faith.
So, Mr. Chairman, I take it in good faith.
You're going to be a deputy minister. Your substantive minister is very assertive. If you carry this opinionated posture to him, you will suffer. I've been in government before. You'll be reading newspapers. That is why I want you to have the opportunity of, making a statement on that. Because this is coming from your own referee. You want to be the deputy minister who will be reading newspapers? Is that what you want?
No, Mr. Chairman.
What do you say to this reference, character reference position that you opinionated? The nation is listening to you. Your minister is listening to you.
Mr. Chairman, as I earlier indicated, I take it in good faith, and I'll try and work towards it.
You are, however, also described as being a go-getter, responsible and diligent. What assurances have you to your minister regarding these positive traits?
Mr. Chairman, I assure my minister that I'm going to employ all the traits.
Now, Asen Gomwa Brofiedu, where is that located? Is it the one on the Straight Road, or that's differently located elsewhere?
Mr. Chairman, that is on the Ankamud Mankasim Road.
And that's where Daddy comes from, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you don't come from there, do you?
Mr. Chairman, I come from Gomwa Sempini. That is my mother's hometown.
Now, what is the state of the roads in Gomwa? What did you say? Sempini. Sempini. Answer me in Gomwa. Your response to this question should be in Gomwa.
Hold on. Yes. Hold on a second. Honorable Leader, if you want to go the local language way, may I also remind you that our standing orders suggest that it's translated so that it can be captured in the report. Otherwise, it will not be in the report. So what is your option?
No, Chairman. We can assist in the translation. Otherwise, the records can be transcribed. You know, for that to be done, it's not a problem at all. I mean, this is to the nation. Brofuno ya doso. Then it's constituent. Once we were there, oba hano, gumuyampa, oti gumwa, onimuan how, and all that. So that shouldn't be a problem at all. We shouldn't have a problem. What I'm saying is that I want him to speak. Hajia, when I got somebody to speak Hausa, you see, Hajia, when I got somebody to speak your language, they spoke Wale, and they spoke Hausa, you were so happy. Now you're saying that what did leader say? Did you translate that, the other ones? Very well. I was basically saying that when he gets opportunities to speak his mother tongue, those constituents will know that one of their own is here, and the necessary inspiration could be drawn. And there's a need for us to spice it, this whole process with our Ghanaian language. Enough of the brofu and all that. Yeah.
Leader, I do agree with you absolutely. What I'm saying is, if Honorable does that, I would like him to have it in English so that it can be captured in the report. That's basically.
Chairman, you are a good man. There's no problem at all.
All right. Okay.
So
please go ahead.
Go ahead and answer that in Gomwa. You are not going to speak Fanti, you are going to speak Gomwa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Nkrumah Kwai, Fiti Chirinkwanta, Requasem Penyin, Ukwain Wongudu da.
O constituency Honankasani na Gomwa West. A corner to them, the entire constituency, a corner to them.
Gomwa West.
Hold on, Leader. I don't want to be doing this, but your question, which is being asked in Fanti or Gomwa, for us to know the questions you are asking, for which he is providing answers for, we would like to have your question that you ask in English.
As well. What is the state of your roads in that constituency, Gomwa West constituency?
Mr. Chairman, Gomwa Akwai Ninyinara Nye.
Now, within the past 8 years, referring to the Akufo-Addo administration, were some of the roads done?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In English, please, Leader, before he answers.
Yeah, I said it in English.
You said, is it the same one?
Yeah,
no,
the second.
Okay. So you also do it in English so that we can capture the conversation.
Mr. Chairman, within the last 8 years, a section of the Gomwa Ankamo to Gomwa Isikuma Road, just about 3 kilometers of it was started. This is a 15-kilometer road, but about 3 kilometers was started.
Are there some ongoing projects in terms of the road, ongoing road construction that the contractors are yet to complete?
Mr. Chairman, all routes that were started even in 2020 were not completed. They were all abandoned. However, in the last 2 weeks, the Gumwa Asen Township Road, the contractor has returned to site and is working on it.
Can you say that in your mother tongue, that answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From 2020, acquire every 2020, acquire a bansha say ordinance kind a bit today, Mankwadi Road, Abrekum Road, and Kamu the Rampon Road, a Saint Township Road, the Marquine in Nara. Contractors in Wufido Sand are bang with Chowaka. Nemum, a year now to be by Saint Pemi, and a year contractor or Ascent Township Road on the Wakodori and Wujuma, Australia, which are the company which make good with Amain.
So this contractor who is back on your road is still here to be paid, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Your first term as a member of parliament, what were some of the support you received from government for your constituents? Say that in your mother tongue.
Mr. Chairman, my first term in parliament, I buy them war bar my constituency. A year, my common fan, I buy Uchiai, the member of parliament. Ne brown, Brebiara also to the Utia, Uchiai. The name the common fan, on ban the brown and the brown. Internally, and then Mamma Sumasakaya, common fund, educational fund, a year get fund, and a year health insurance, social intervention. And then the Brebiara said, Oban, Mr. Kambi Mamadi Juma, Ogumawes.
Honorable Nominee, if you don't say what you've just said in English, it will not be captured. That's your choice, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I indicated that during my tenure, my first tenure, I received, the support I received from government was basically the Common Fund, the District Assembly Common Fund, the GETS Fund, the NHI Fund, and then the Social Intervention Fund.
Please share with us the projects you undertook with this support.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, within my 4 years tenure, every community in Gumwa West, and I took some projects there. Some has to do with support for community center. Some has to do with school renovation. I also did even some chip compound that I started, some health facilities that I renovated, some health equipment I supplied, and then support to students, and then other young people, support to start business and then for training.
Did you receive street lights from the Ministry of Energy?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honorable Chairman, I did receive street lights.
Year on year or just once?
Mr. Chairman, I received 3 times.
And these street lights, Honorable Petu, respectfully, the member who says he received 3 times, and you are saying twice, are you the one who received it? These things must stop. You are not the one I'm posing a question to. He says he received 3 times on oath. You are sitting there saying that twice. I mean, why this? Please. He's capable of answering his questions.
Honorable Leader, your point is well taken. Please,
Honorable
members.
You are a friend of the committee. Chairman,
please, there's one meeting, one vetting. And it is the responsibility of the nominee to answer the questions that is being asked. And honorable members should know better and know the rules that the honorable nominee is capable of answering the questions that are put to him. So I will urge you to stay away from communicating with the nominee, because the nominee is on the oath. Thank you. Leader, please continue.
So the support in terms of streetlights from the Energy Ministry is not part of the Common Fund, Get Fund, NHI support, as well as the SIF support. It's not part of those you listed earlier, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Correct. Honorable nominee, you have stated as hobbies reading, traveling, and teaching. Let's stay a bit on reading. When you say reading, what and what do you read?
Mr. Chairman, I read any literature that that comes to me, I read them.
No particular interest?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share with us any book you've read and lessons you've learned from that? The title of the book and the story and what you've learned out of it.
Mr. Chairman, I read Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe.
What lessons did you learn from Things Fall Apart? But before the lessons you learned, just share with us a summary of Things Fall Apart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's one interesting thing I learned in the Things Fall Apart. The summary. Mr. Chairman, I learned about the character. The summary, I would actually put it around the character of Okunku.
When did you read Chinua Achebe? I just want to know when you read that. Yeah. Answer the question, but I want to know, how long ago did you read this, Chinua Achebe? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read Chinua Achebe some 5 years ago. However, when I became a member of parliament, I have been doing so much reading. So I don't get time to do the regular reading that I used to do, because I have to read other stuffs and also have some academic work along the line too.
You must have some memory of what the I haven't taken over. I have just come in. Leader, I haven't taken over. I just want to substantiate what is just said. And I'm saying that if you read it about 5 years ago, that will determine your recollection, unless maybe you have what is it called, a photo, yeah. But answer the question so that we'll know how simple or how you struggle to recollect things. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So that is where I said there's one section of Chinua Achebe's book which I took very much interest in, and has to do with how we see people who come around us. He talked about when you do an invitation and you bring people together to actually feed them. It doesn't mean that they cannot buy food for themselves, but it's actually for the good of it. So as a person, I believe that any time that you get people to come around you, It is not because they want something from you, but actually to show solidarity and also to portray our culture as Africans and that receptive life that we live.
You earlier referred to Okunko. What have you to tell us about Okunko?
Mr. Chairman, I just indicated that Okonko's love for people and the quest to always bring people around him is something that I have learned from him.
You mean Okunko's love for people and to say it again?
Mr. Chairman, I said Okonko's receptive life that is always bringing people together is to show love to them. It's something that I also have learned.
That is what Okonko, that's how Okonko is portrayed in Things Fall Apart. You mean the book written by Chinua Achebe? Would you want to have an opportunity to refreshing your memory now, or will you prefer that you stay clear of this Chinua Achebe book? Since it's been 5 years since you said you read it 5 years ago. I can move away from it if you don't immediately recollect. Do you remember anything about bravery?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
And that bravery is associated with who?
It's associated with Okonko.
Now you are back home. But this love for people and all, anyway. You said 5 years ago, so it's okay. At least you remember the bravery part of Okonko. The chairman says that perhaps you refresh your memory, yes, and after this vetting, you come. I
grant you the leave to go and refresh your memory and meet leader, a week or 3 weeks later, to have a private discussion with him on Okonko. So I will urge leader to move away from the Okonko subject. Thank you, leader.
They said a man's skin must be rough. His smile must be brief. You remember that one?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
You remember that one?
Yes, sir.
And his food must be what?
I don't remember that part.
Okay. So keep that one in mind. Was Okonko very proud of his dad?
Mr. Chairman, kindly come again.
Was Okonko proud of his dad, the man who gave birth to him?
No, he wasn't.
Why?
He felt his father was weak. He felt his father didn't exhibit the bravery of a man.
Oh, now you are back home. You see, I'm bringing you, but now you have got into your comfort zone. So after I wasn't being hard on you. All right? So, having read Okonko's, having read Chinua Achebe and Things Fall Apart, what have you to share with the youth regarding the lessons you learned from Things Fall Apart? Things fall apart, the center cannot hold, the falcon cannot hear the falconer.
Leader, I think I appeal to you on the Okonko issue. But since you are Okonko, I just want to tell you that in the same Okonko, It said wisdom is like a goat skin bag. Each man carries his own. That's by Okonko. So take a cue from that.
Chairman, this nominee doesn't need to be helped. He's capable. Just don't worry yourself much. He's my junior brother, and he knows that I won't put him in harm's way. I just want him to demonstrate his ability to withstand the pressures of public life. It is your first time, correct? Your first time in public life, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Have you done any business of your own and on your own, proud to occupying this high office? Yes, no?
Yes.
Tell us about that business.
Mr. Chairman, I am actually, before coming to Parliament, I worked as a corporate executive in the downstream oil sector. Along the line, I had some personal businesses in the sector.
What were those personal businesses?
Mr. Chairman, I had some retail outlets and do petroleum transportation.
Retail, did you register those businesses? Those retail outlets business, did you register them?
Mr. Chairman.
Did you, sorry, let me put it correct, rightly. Did you register an entity to do a business in this country? Sole proprietorship, partnership, limited liability company. Which of these did you do your business under?
Mr. Chairman, my business I did before coming to Parliament was solely, I do build and then lease out the property. So it was purely
Wait. Mr. Richard John Mensah, wait. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Proud to this, your current position, are you able to share with us any business that you had initiated, done on your own, not working for somebody, your own business?
Mr. Chairman, I did business as a dealer with my company with a notice of my chief executive.
Right, so let's deal with a dealer. As a dealer, which entity did you register for the purpose of the dealership? Was it a limited liability company, a partnership company, or sole proprietorship?
Mr. Chairman, I did it as a personal business, which wasn't registered.
Meaning you didn't pay taxes?
Mr. Chairman, I paid my taxes as part of my personal taxes. All taxes were paid.
So, which year, from which year to which year are you referring to? Which period did you pay those taxes? So, you mean the profit you made on those dealership business, the retail outlets selling petroleum products, you earn some profit and pay taxes on, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
From which period to which period?
Mr. Chairman, I did up to 2020.
From when to 2020?
So, Mr. Chairman, the business is such that as a dealer, there's a margin that is given to you. As and when you make profit, it is paid. Within the period 2018 to 2020, That was when I was active in the business. But then the business had gone down.
Not a problem. Pay attention to my question. I don't want us to stay too long. So you did that business between 2018 and 2020, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that was when I was actively involved in it.
That's fine. So if we give you the opportunity, would you be able to furnish us with the taxes you paid on those business within that period? Not now, before your confirmation. Can we have those taxes to include in our reports?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Leader, you need a leave from me for that.
I agree. Chairman, thank you so much. Yes. So, but he's answered us that he will make that available.
Right. Since he's answered, granted, after your answer.
Then you are also talking about building and selling. So explain that business to us as well.
Mr. Chairman, it's not a housing building. It's the same retail business because you have to build before you can be given the dealership.
Build what?
I'm saying that the retail, I didn't say I was selling. So now that I am a member of parliament, I cannot actively take part in the retail business. So I actually lease it out for somebody to operate.
And you mean building a retail outlet, filling station, you have not registered it? Is that what you are telling the country? That you build a retail outlet, doing dealership, filling station, and it is not a registered entity? That's what you want to tell the country?
Mr. Chairman, retail outlets can be registered in a person's name.
You have it registered in your name.
I mean, sorry, Mr. Chairman, you can actually get a permit of a retail outlet in your name.
Yes, so all the retail outlets that you built, you have them in your name, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I have one retail outlet in my name.
When did you get that permit?
I took the permit in 2016.
And you have that permit still with you?
So, Mr. Chairman, currently it is not run by me. Permit every year annually is renewed. So the current operator will actually register the permit in the name of the operator.
So, with the leave of the chairman, we'll be happy you furnish us with the very permit that you had in your name at a later date, since you may not have it here.
Very well. Honorable Nominee, please answer as I have given you the leave.
Mr. Chairman, my old permits in my name are still, I still have them. Even though some, mostly when you do, the permit is given to you, it is kept at the station. So I have to actually call for it.
So this program you call Master of Arts, Energy Law, what does it entail?
Mr. Chairman, it actually deals with the whole energy sector, that is the downstream, the upstream, and then electricity.
Proud to you joining the NDC fraternity. Were you an MPP member?
Mr. Chairman, I have never been a member of the MPP and I've never bear a card of MPP.
You've never borne a card? You mean?
Never.
Okay. So, so you were not a card-bearing member of the NPP, proud to join NDC?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, one of your referees says that when you were in school, you were paying the fees for some of your colleagues who were struggling with their fees. You must be a man who embraces charity, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When I was doing my first master's program, I used to support my colleagues.
And your constituents, which you go into the energy sector, should respect more, correct?
Mr. Chairman, my constituents know that I'm someone that if I have every opportunity, I will help.
So they should expect more, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask my constituents to be moderate because the economy, the economy that we have now, no, not, we are talking about money economy, not, I'm talking about the money pocket economy.
Explain what you mean by money economy.
When I say money economy, it's the money in your pocket. So there's not much money in my pocket, so I want them to be...
No, I'm not talking about now. Now they will believe you, but they would understand you. Now that you have not entered the energy ministry, but you are going there, you're going to be a board member, here, there, deputy energy minister. You're saying that they should moderate? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Should every constituent in need expect your support to the extent that you can provide, irrespective of partisan colors?
Mr. Chairman, this is something I have done even when I was not a member of parliament. But as I always say that it is as and when I have it available, I would always make sure that irrespective of your party affiliation, I will give any needed support.
Some constituents who were interviewed as part of the due diligence we did claim that sometimes you are not reachable. It's a general sin that all of us cannot escape. What assurances have you for them that you would have a system in place for you to be reached?
Mr. Chairman, I have noted this. However, Mr. Chairman, I have a system, even when you call and you don't get me. Before midnight, I return every call that I have missed within the day. Maybe when I call the person back and then he doesn't, his line is also not active, I may lose that opportunity. However, getting into this position, I know there will be a lot of calls besides the work I have. I'll put in place mechanisms that will make sure that I'm able to reach out to my people.
Let's deal with ECG. You earlier said that ECD needs to be privatized. Explain the form of privatization you are suggesting for ECG.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the whole involvement of the private sector in the ECG, I am not privy to it. I was only sharing a view that we may look at the billing and then the metering system and also the collection, that we can engage the private sector at least to ensure that some inefficiencies in the system, they can help us plug it.
So, you believe that there are inefficiencies at ECG, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you share some of the inefficiencies?
So, Mr. Chairman, as also a consumer of power, and then having been a member of parliament, there are places I've been to that people have complained that they have meters, but nobody comes for the bills. So sometimes we're there for 3 years, and then they come with a huge bill, which the people are unable to pay. I think this is also some of the inefficiencies that I've identified.
Would you agree to a suggestion to the effect that there must be prepaid meters across board? Every ECG consumer must be given a prepaid meter.
Mr. Chairman, I do agree that prepaid meters should be actually be installed, at least to help curtail some of the losses that we record.
How proactive would this be considered? Because it's a major drain on us as a country. I hope you know that.
Chairman, I just want to find out if the meters, the ECG prepaid meters is a drain, or the absence of it is a drain to our coffers.
Well, you said earlier that there's a problem with the billing system. And sometimes it takes a year or more, somebody has not been billed. There are all manner of illegal connections. People who are even billed sometimes do not pay. But if you have a prepaid system where through technology consumption is monitored, the inefficiency you are talking about can be addressed. That is what I am trying to ask you, whether in that context you can assure us of a proactive approach in dealing with this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that with the prepaid meter being installed across the country is a very good step. However, it's one thing installing the prepaid. It's another thing also people even getting the opportunity when it comes to paying or even buying the paying in advance, because there are instances where people have to go and queue before they can buy credits.
No, we passed that stage long ago. No. Don't take us back. I mean, the queuing for credit, where your credits get exhausted, you finish, and you have to sleep in darkness till the next morning, unless you are not in Ghana. Don't take us back. There's nothing like queuing. Please be up to date. Bring your attention to this engagement. And don't generalize. Bring your attention to this engagement. I'm laying sufficient foundation to guide you. But don't talk about a situation where people queue. That era is way gone. We don't queue to buy prepaid credits, units, they call it, and all that. So please, Honorable, you buy from your phone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know in my house in the constituency, I buy on the phone. In my house in Accra, we go to the vendor and pay for it. That is the issue that I'm actually pointing out.
But so don't say there's queuing. There's nothing like queuing for whatever you want to describe it, but there's nothing like that. I mean, it's a matter of fact. Only yesterday, I was chairing that board. So you are going there. Don't let us create a certain impression. However, Honorable, there's something I want to share, and it's for you. This is not a question. You see, we as a political class, I believe that the way we act, the public servants, the civil servants, watch us and sometimes they laugh. We say all manner of things about ourselves, and we go and meet a system that we are unable to implement. And even where we want to implement a new, policy, there is a certain level of resistance, and it becomes political. Today, you are hearing of ECG importing items, and those items staying at the port for a long time, and in the end, customs will confiscate, sell to individuals, and they resell to ECG. I hope you've heard that story.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But the little investigation I did, at the time I assumed the chair in July, when this thing came to attention, was that the same setup will tell the political head that, oh, this is the system already there. And when you want to disturb it, they will either use the union or use the media to frustrate you. Then when things go bad, it's the same politician. I'm sharing this with you for you to be fortified well enough so that when you get there, you will be bold to lead real reforms in that sector, because only one deputy minister is going to support the sector minister. So you have a lot of responsibilities. So if you are not assertive, you spend your time there, come back, and it's the same political football. Is an advice well taken?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I tried it at GhanaWeb. I rather became the victim. And it makes me sad as a politician, because we don't lend support to each other for real reform. So the time comes, election, and the structural defects, the inefficiencies become the subject matter of campaign. And when we are done, the same thing remains. A new person comes and they will be laughing at us. And 4 years will come again. And then the inefficiencies become the basis for another campaign. So I pray that this privatization that the previous administration had initiated, which some way, somehow, became political, and the previous administration had abandoned. In your time, when the same forces of darkness in the sector are frustrating you, you'll be bold to implement the privatization there. Because I support the privatization, which privatization would bring efficiency. All right? I hope you'll be bold to do that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Support your minister, because there's a serious drain on us as a country. And if we, you and I, do not stand firm as leaders, the system will crash on our heads. Now, that said, let me ask you about the industry proper, where you are going. What do you bring on board? What do you bring on board as a deputy energy minister? What should be the expectation of your minister?
Mr. Chairman, I am going to assist my minister in every way that I can to ensure that he also succeeds on his mandate.
Give us some of the sectors under your ministry, the agencies. List some of them for us.
Mr. Chairman, we have the GMPC, we have the Ghana Gas Company, we have the Oil Refinery, we have Petroleum Commission. This is within the petroleum sector. We have GOIL, Ghana Oil Company. In the power sector, we have the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG. We have NEDCO. We have the Energy Commission. We have the VRA, Water River Authority. We have the BUI. And then I think these are the few I can mention, but there are lots. There are about 16 agencies under my ministry.
So you have 16 agencies.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And what would be your contribution in enhancing the efficiency of these institutions? Because I know, as a deputy minister, you are going to serve on the boards of quite a number of them by way of the law that governs the operations of these agencies. You would have to be on some boards. What do you bring on board?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak to I cannot speak to the fact that I'm going to serve on any board, but I can assure that wherever my boss, the sector minister, places me, and whatever tax he gives to me, I'll be very diligent and make sure I deliver to the best of my abilities.
So share with us the energy policy of your party. Share with us your energy policy.
Mr. Chairman, the sector, if I derive it from the president,
wait. The energy policy as contained in your manifesto is what I'm referring to. What is the energy policy as contained in your manifesto? If you've not read it, say so, let's abandon it. If you want to refer to your manifesto, say so, because I have your manifesto with me. If you don't have yours, I would give you your manifesto so that you say so, let's be clear, so that I don't waste my time on that.
Mr. Chairman, I've not praised myself with the whole policy.
Mr. Chair, that will be all for the nominee.
Thank you very much, Leader. I have number of times, can't count. I know that Leader and the MPP party and members of parliament are a bit infatuated with the NDC manifesto. And you keep asking us to produce our manifesto. But, as a leader of the party, yes, I'm just, please, relax. And many times, you ask us to produce our manifesto. I have said that our manifesto is not a driving license. So we don't carry it with us that you will be asking us to produce it. But if you have an issue in it, please, by all means, but to get our nominees to produce the party's manifesto, you ask them to produce Ghana's constitution, I can understand. But the party's manifesto, we have a copy. So, please, Leader, I will appeal to you when you ask your questions on our manifesto. But, please.
Chairman, you want to be nominated?
Honourable Member, you are out of order. Honourable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I'm actually wrapping up. And I'm not asking you a question, actually. I want your view on something. When Ghana became an oil-producing nation, under His Excellency, our former President, President Atta Mills, who is no longer with us, he set up commercial producer of oil. he set up 3 funds. Basically, not alone, but with the government at the time. I'm sure you are aware of the ABFA, which is a annual budgets. So it's basically a fund or a sovereign fund which is invested in other jurisdictions to earn revenue on it and build it up for future generations. You are going into the energy ministry. You are a young man. So the future generation that His Excellency Professor Mills thought about then, you are one of the people that he was thinking about, and even those who will come after. That fund has been in operation for many years. Many opinions on it, I wouldn't say government, have had a different thoughts as to what to do with that money. It's got a sunset on it at some stage. But you want to come in, I'll give you the space to come in. But, okay, play.
This is your sermon. Then your next nominee may suffer. Let's finish it. Go.
And basically, what I basically wanted to ask you is that what is your view, your personal view as a young man and somebody going into the energy space? What Ghana should use that money for, in your own view? It's not a policy opinion, if you have any, for future generation. This is a personal view that the man.
Honorable nominee, Chairman is seeking your view on a matter which may lead you into temptation. You know, if you do a political punch, you may be discharged, but your next nominee may suffer. So the choice is yours. You are going to support your minister. And Chairman wants to solicit some political views from you to score some political point. I don't have a problem, but if you answer, and I think the answer is very political, I will come up with a follow-up question that may delay you here, or it may affect the next nominee. So as for me, you are my brother. We are all Gomwa Efutu people. I'm just advising you that you can beg of chairman, that chairman, easy, Bocho, Etri, now we're on sound historical.
You may or may not have a view. It's a view. So please answer the question. If you have a view or you don't have a view.
Heritage Fund, look at the law. When it was.
I'm not asking about
Mr. Chairman, you're asking about
his view.
Which view? The Heritage Fund was established 2007. Look, discharge your nominee, let him go in peace. When you are going to a slippery, you create problems for him.
Leader.
The chairman, you've had a peaceful day.
Leader.
The law was established to continue to have a peaceful day. Kufuor founded oil, and it's under Kufuor that we had the heritage. Look at the law.
Leader, are you enhancing the view question I'm asking, or you are?
Okay, you go ahead.
Please, Honorable Nominee. Please, your view.
Do you have a view or not?
Are you?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I will actually follow what my minister pursued with this.
This is the policy question. I was asking...
Mr. Chairman, I will seek the guidance from my minister.
No, right. Honorable members, let's have one meeting here. Okay, Honorable Nominee, I am going to... Honorable Nominee, I am just going to... I have been given a list of people, friends and family who came to support you. And I'm going to call out their names and thank them for coming to support you. I have here on top of my list Mrs. Anita Pencil Jan Mensah, which is your spouse. Nana Kofi Kwa II, Odikro of Gomwa, Jokwa, representative of the Gomwa Egumakun Traditional Council. Nana Apaba the fourth, the Queen Mother of Gomwa Imperium, I'm sure I've got the name right, Nkrumah, representative of the Omahini of the Egumakun Traditional Area. Nana Obu Mensah the ninth, Odikro of Gomwa Mampon, is also a representative of the Gomwa Asen Traditional Council. Dr. George Blankson, the former Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Our own Nana Sambru Butler, who is the chairman of the Central Regional Accra Caucus of the NDC. Mrs. Sati Okran, Central Regional Accra Caucus, NDC. And then Reverend Loviana Lamle Lamti, Minister of the Prince of Peace Methodist Church, Tabora. Then we have here our own Professor Richard Kofi Esielu, our Central Region Chairman. And then Honorable Theophilus Edu Mensah, a former DC from Gomwa West. I have here others as Mr. Nicholas Owusu, who is the MD of Desert Oil Ghana Limited. Alhaji Muhammad Kasim, who is the constituency chairman, and Nana Ama Ankwa II, who is the Queen Mother of Gomwa Abura, who is a representative of the Gomwa Asen Traditional Council. I would like to thank you for coming to support our brother on his vetting. Nominee, I think you have exhausted all the questions. So at this juncture, I would like to discharge you, and you will hear from the committee. You are duly discharged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, as the nominee takes leave of us with his entourage, I will ask the clerk of this committee to usher in the next nominee. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will call this meeting to order and ask the clerk of the committee to administer the votes with the nominee. Thank you.
I hereby administer the votes to the nominee.
I, John Matthew Kofi Dumelo,
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
Touching the matter in issue. Shall be the truth. The whole truth. And nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable nominee, are you ready?
Almost.
That's good enough for me.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Chairman.
I want to give you the opportunity to say a few words about yourself in 2 or 3 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is John Matthew Kofi Dumelo. I was born in Accra, raised in Tema. I went to Christ the King International School, went to Achimota. I've always had a passion for agriculture and film. I did my first film in 1991. I got into farming in 2006, 2007. That's about the same time I also got into agriculture. I've always had a passion for agric. I've always followed my passion. I found myself in politics from 2012 onwards. 2016, I campaigned around the whole country for President Mahama and the NDC. 2020, I contested for the Iowa West Warbon seat. I nearly won. I didn't win. 2024, I tried again, but this time around, I was successful. And so my life has been a little bit of up and down, but all in all, I'm grateful for today. And then also, I'm also grateful for the parents that I have who are not here with me today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will invite the Honorable Minority Leader for his initial remarks. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, on page 2 of your CV, you have written your educational background, and you're saying that you did GIMBA BA in Public Administration, 2016 to 2022. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, I think that was a mistake. It was 2016 to 2020.
So, you will take the leave of chair to amend it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I haven't given you the leave yet.
Sorry.
Honorable nominee. And I grant you the leave. Leader, I think it's the audio.
So, Honorable nominee, back to the question. Page 2 of your CV, you have the BA in Public Administration, 2016 to 2022. Is
there anything you want to do on the dates?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to correct it. It was 2016 to the year 2020.
All right. What about the same GIMPA, Masters in Governance and Leadership? Are the details there correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So you have the certificates for that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And your transcripts?
Yes, please.
Please, what about the 2023 to 2024 Masters in Natural Resources Law, University of Ghana School of Law?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You have the certificate?
Yes, please.
When did you graduate?
2024.
When in 2024?
I don't remember the exact month, but I think it was around May or April or May.
Before I go on, I acknowledge a senior colleague, the Honorable Minister responsible for Agriculture, Food and Agric, correct? Yesterday, his bosom friend and brother was here, and I didn't see him. I didn't see him. I didn't see him, but he was here. You also say that you did your WASI 2000 to 2002. Is it 2 years, or explain?
So there's a mistake there. It's actually SSE. So it was from 2000 to 2002. That's 3 years. So 2000. Yes.
So it means that January to December,
yes,
January to
yes,
December.
Please. Yes, please. There was SSE, not WASI.
So can you take the leave of chairman?
Please, leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, you said your region is Oti, and the hometown is Lipe Bala, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That's where daddy comes from,
yes,
or both?
That's where my father comes from.
Okay. And quite interesting. You speak English, of course, that's no doubt. You speak Fanti, that I attest to it because you speak Fanti with me. You do tree. Is your Gan 50-50 or 100%?
My Gan is 70-30.
Which of them? The Osu one or La or Gamashi Gan?
The Oponglo one. The Oponglo one.
The Oponglo Gan?
Yes, please.
Okay. Then your Ewe.
My Ewe there, respectfully, I think I'm better than you small.
Oh, Nyatefea?
Merkui.
Oh. So, you mean you are better than me? Small.
If my answer wouldn't mean you would worry me, then I have to be.
Well, it's unfortunate. Mine was 100%. But when they took me back to Winneba, the Futu, which is a Guan language, took away the Anlo. And by the time I got to St. Augustine's, that was the first time I met the language again. And it couldn't come again, unfortunately. Because I lived in Chame and started my school in Chame. I lived with my grandma. Yes, and I could speak Manlo fluent. But I'm trying. You know, I'm trying to build my capacity on that. So help me.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we can take classes together.
Very well. So, and then your French is also 100% or
That's
on
about
pay?
On pay, 20%. Enough to buy something and sell something.
D'accord.
Merci beaucoup.
And you have said that you work as CEO Melo Foods 2015 July to present. And then KSD Ventures 2014 present CEO. And if I look at the scope of business, the KSD Ventures, you are talking about supply of building materials and production of ice for fresh fishmongers. If you come to the Mellow Foods, packaging, distribution of ginger, cabbage and snails, distribution of approximately 50,000 crates of eggs weekly, distribution of 600 kgs of fresh goat's meat and beef weekly, engaging over 7,000 smallholder farmers in level regions, and overseeing daily activity of 34,000 bed capacity poultry farm. So, you are a poultry farmer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
How many people do you employ at Mellow Foods?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Directly about 10, indirectly over 100.
What about KSD Ventures?
Just 3.
This is a business you own as a sole shareholder?
Sole proprietorship.
So it's a sole proprietorship
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
business. Okay. Where do you live?
I live in East Legon, Mr. Chairman.
You rented property or your own property?
It's
Family property.
It's a leased property.
Okay, so lease for how long?
For 20 years.
I see. But you've not provided the address here. You only have your postal address.
It was an oversight, sorry.
So would you take the leave of chair to amend those records?
Leave granted, nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That all the amendments you do, when we are done, you would get it done by your secretariat and furnish them to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me be very honest with you. My first encounter with you, I found you very humble and respectful. Your language, use, and how you carry yourself. What do you say to those out there who may have an otherwise perception about you? Because this our enterprise is driven by perception. Perhaps some utterances we've made in the public space, how we've gone about things and all, drive them into a certain direction. What have you to say to those out there who may not know, as I know, that you are humble and you are respectful? And I would want the records to reflect that this is what I know about you this day. What do you want the public to know about you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the kind words. Like they say, opinions are like noses, everybody has them.
That's not an appropriate simile. Opinions are like noses, please. Just...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I mean...
Everyone has a different opinion of other people. And it's just human nature that before you meet somebody, you probably have a different perception about them. And I've had that quite a number of times where when people meet me, they'll ask me, they'll tell me that they didn't know this was how I was and that they had a different perception about me. Some too feel that perhaps because of some movie roles I did, I might be a little bit rude and arrogant and so on and so forth, but I'm far from that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You've not said anything yet. You've not answered my question. You were only interested in making a case. This is Mr. Dumelo. Tell us about yourself.
Mr. John, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. John Dumelo is a humble and kind man who believes in love, he believes in peace, he believes in humanity, and he has love for everybody. Thank you, Mr.
Are you a Catholic?
A staunch Catholic.
Ah, okay. Do you have a firm belief in the rosary, the power of the rosary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have one here. Yes.
You brought your rosary?
Yes, please.
Are you familiar with St. Francis of Assisi's prayer?
No, that one I didn't get there.
Pardon?
But listening to you in some of the interviews in the vetting committees, yes, you've had a lot. You always say that prayer.
Lord, make me an instrument of your peace.
Yes, please.
Okay. You may want to read that prayer. I mean, it inspires me a lot. That great saint.
Thank you.
Right. Do you belong to any of the Catholic lodges? You know, the Catholic Church has some fraternal societies. The lodge, the Catholic Church also has lodges. The Knight of St. John's, the Marshal. These are lodges in the church. Do you belong to any of them?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apart from being a master when I was young, I don't currently belong to any society in the Catholic Church.
Are you a regular
churchgoer?
No, I'm not going to use churchgoer. Are you an active member of the church? And if so, which parish do you belong?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just be honest. You've been honest thus far. I mean, just be honest.
When I was in Tema, I attended St. Joseph's of the Catholic Church.
Before, currently. Let's move, because you are the last for the day.
Yes, please.
And we want to finish you quickly. I mean, currently, where is your parish? You've not been to church for a long time. You know, let's close this matter so that we make progress. You know, let's close this matter and then we make progress.
Mr. Chairman, I currently attend Mary Mother Good Counsel Church Airport.
Regular?
It depends on your definition.
No, okay, so I will define it for you. Do you pay your tithes in the church? They have your records of tithe pay?
My dues, yes, please.
You regularly?
Yes, please.
So who is the parish priest there?
Mr. Chairman.
No, John Nagbojidi.
Mr. Chairman.
John Bojidi. John.
Mr. Chairman.
John
Bojidi. They just changed him.
Okay. John, the one they just changed. The one who has just been transferred. Give me his name. You know, Archbishop is listening to us. He's watching, and I know many Catholic priests are watching you and I, including all the troublesome Catholics.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as Member of Parliament of Ayawaso Wogan, I do attend several Catholic churches in Ayawaso.
John, you know you are an honest person.
Yes, so far.
You have your rosary with you.
Yes, please.
We have all sinned.
Yes.
And falling short of the glory of God.
That's true.
Don't do this and that. The man you are going to work with, Eric Opoku,
yes,
he doesn't like this.
Yes, please.
If it is this, it is that.
Yes.
And then just own up, let's move away from there.
Yes, please.
The Mary Magda of Good Counsel.
Yes, please.
That you say you attend.
Yes.
Is that your parish or not? Be honest with me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do pay my dues.
No, we dues, Catholic dues.
Yes.
Dues at the place.
Church. Yes.
What about tithes?
Oh, I pay my tithe.
At the same place?
Yes, please.
But
I spread it across the other Catholic churches.
No. Now, please. The point is that the father who has just been transferred.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you now his counsel at large? Do you remember the name? The one you say has been transferred?
Mr. Chairman, no, please.
The new one who has come, do you know his name?
No, please, I've forgotten.
Okay. Now, Are you familiar with the marshals? The marshals, are you familiar with them? Can you say a bit about the marshal as a fraternal society in the Catholic Church?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am familiar with them, but I'm not familiar with their dealings.
Okay.
What I do know is that my father was a member of the Knights of St. John's.
Okay.
But apart from that, I don't know anything about them.
Okay, so the Knights of St. John's, you must be a member. Though you are Catholic, before you become a member, you have to be initiated. Yes, you have. Not any member of the Catholic Church can enter their assembly, their meetings. And then when you are entering, there is a knock to identify you as a member who has gone through the initiation process. You know that?
Yes, please.
And then there is a handshake, a grip, to identify you as one.
Yes, please.
All right. And that is not unchristian, correct?
Correct, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. So it's a fraternal society within the church.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Let me ask you about your referees. You've written 2 names. How do you know the first one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first one has been my friend for over 10 years, and he knows almost everything about me. The second one, too, the same.
When you say the first one has been a friend, specifically what do you mean?
Mr. Chairman, a very good friend.
So you think that a friend with whom you share the same esprit de corps is okay to be your referee? I mean, in your own view.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I hear you. What about Samuel Dafoe?
Same, Mr. Chairman.
Who is he to you?
He's also a very good friend who I've known for over 10 years.
Okay. What does he do?
He's into oil and gas, Mr. Chairman.
Did you at any point attend the KNUST?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What course did you read?
I studied civil engineering, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so why did you divert from civil engineering to public administration? Because in your educational background, you didn't list it at all. But in your leadership, you said KNUST, civil engineering students, assistants. No. You said organizing secretary, civil engineering students, 205 to 206. Then you also said Queen's Hall Planning Committee, 204 to 205. So I just wanted to understand why you were saying KNUST leadership, yet it doesn't have any space in your educational background.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've had a passion for acting and farming for a very long time. And so in my 4th year of KNUST or civil engineering, I had one more paper to write, which I didn't go back to write that paper, and I followed my passion of farming and acting. Hence, that's why I didn't write it in my CV.
Okay, hold on. So, where did you leave school in your final year?
I left after my final year.
Oh, so you did the 4-year civil engineering?
Yes, please.
But you had a paper to write,
yes, please.
which you did not write?
Yes, please.
Oh, I see. Then you left to follow your passion for acting?
Yes, please.
Okay, then yours is better than mine.
Please, I don't know about yours, sir.
Also, I'm ready to share.
Yes, please.
Because I did become level 300, I abandoned UCC, and I went to do law. Because I didn't like accounting, and I was struggling. So I left, and I went to follow my passion of doing law. So I don't have it in my CV too.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So that's what you did.
Yes, please.
But it's not too late to go and do that one paper to have your degree in civil engineering.
Right now I have 3 other degrees, so I'm okay.
I see.
Yes, please.
It may help. You may try.
Thank you.
It's just a paper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you have also indicated that your second business, you supply building materials and produce ice for fresh fishmongers. So the ice, have you done a factory to produce the ice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, please.
Where is that located, please?
Mr. Chairman, is in East Legon.
Okay. Is it at where you live?
Next door.
Next door.
Yes, please.
I see. And you've been paying your taxes for KSD Ventures?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
So with the leave of the chair, you'll be able to furnish us with taxes paid from 2014 to date, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You can also furnish us with your taxes paid for Mellow Foods from 2015 to date, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you have stated your name as John Matthew Kofi Seto Dumelo. Is that what you have on your certificate?
Mr. Chairman, on my certificate, I have John Kofi Seto Dumelo.
No Matthew.
On my certificate, no.
On your date of birth, do you have John Matthew Kofi Seto Dumelo?
No, Mr. Chairman.
On your passport, do you have John Matthew Kofi Seto Dumelo?
No, Mr. Chairman.
On your Ghana card, do you have John Matthew Kofi Seto Dumelo?
No, Mr. Chairman.
What name did you register with the Electoral Commission?
John Kofi Seto Dumelo.
So, in the Gazette and the subsequent communication to Parliament, the name there is what?
John Kofi Seto Dumelo.
Now, the letter communicating your nomination to Parliament, have you had the opportunity to see it?
I have, but I didn't pay attention to the name.
Okay. Does it have Matthew?
I may not recall, Mr. Chairman.
It doesn't. Would you want to take the leave of chair to amend the records? Because you are now going into public office and you don't want unnecessary controversy. This is Ghana. People can be petty. They can get at you on anything. You are now being ushered into this new life where anything goes. So, would you want to change it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Nominee, I grant you the leave to do so, to put your official name in the right order and revert it back to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nominee, I've been an entrepreneur for the better part of my life. I've had some good experiences. I'm concerned about something and I want to ask you. You started a nice business, sole proprietor, young man, 1984. You are not yet 40, are you?
Mr. Chairman, I'm 41.
41, very well. You are at your prime age. Okay. And you are doing well. Going into public service, how do you expect this business to survive? Sole proprietorship.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've handed all the operations to a new person who is now going to run it henceforth. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, wouldn't you prefer to drop this offer from Mr. President so you maintain your seat as an MP and build capacity in the private sector? Because from sole proprietorship, you're likely to grow and make it a limited liability company. With the promises in your party's manifesto for agriculture, you can tap into it and expand your business and employ more. Don't you think that is a better option? Then later on in life, you come into public service, the executive arm of public service. What do you think?
I disagree with you, Mr. Chairman.
Basis of your disagreement?
Mr. Chairman, because it's always a privilege to be called upon by the President of the Republic of Ghana to serve in a capacity, and in this capacity is the Deputy Agric Minister-designate, and I want to do that and do that diligently. Thank you.
What do you bring on board? What do you bring on board? Because you are going to meet an astute politician, very knowledgeable, and in fact, if you check Hansard, this is a man to be feared. He argues with facts, and he's not a man to dilly-dally with. To compliment him, you must definitely have something on board. What do you bring on board? The country would want to know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Already I fear him.
But I'm happy you don't fear me.
If you asked about you, I would have answered whether I fear you or not. So
no, I don't want you to ask about me. You go ahead and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know he's very knowledgeable. I've been listening to him. I've been studying him. And this is a great opportunity to learn under him. Him being an astute politician and a great farmer and somebody who is very knowledgeable in agriculture. I think this is the best opportunity for me to also learn under him and follow that same path. Thank you, sir.
So, now, you know your original T. How many of you have been nominated for this ministerial, deputy ministerial thing so far?
Mr. Chairman, so far, just one person, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Your own region, OT?
Yes, please.
Oh, so you are a Greater Accra MP. So your nomination fills the Greater Accra space. At the same time, it also fills the OT card. So you are from Greater Accra and OT, correct?
Well, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman, and also Central Region and Ashanti Region.
Oh, okay. John, it looks like you have some presidential ambition.
Oh,
yes, because the way, because there's going to be vacancy. No, it's a privilege to serve your nation. Don't run away from it. No. Don't run away. You are an actor, a businessman, an MP. Come 2028, there will be vacancy. President Mahama is not contesting again. The field will be open. You are from OT, Greater Accra, Central, and Ashanti. Masa, you speak French. You speak Twi. Oh, you qualify. You are 41. You overqualified. In fact, you will be 44 in your prime age. Wouldn't you consider it?
Mr. Chairman, there are so many seniors ahead of me.
Okay, so not now.
Mr. Chairman, if it is the will of God,
yeah, all right.
Everyone who enters politics aspires to obviously get to the top. If it's
Very
the
well.
will of God for me to get to the top in 2058 or 2064, I will wait.
2058, you'll be... How old would you be in 2058?
Very old.
Because we are hearing Asiedu Nkatia, Julius Debra, Eriko Poku. We are hearing Eriko Poku, Julius Debra, Asiedu Nkatia, Asiedu Fabakun, Asiedu Nkatia Fabakun, Julius Debra Fabakun, Eriko Poku also Fabakun.
Leader.
So we just want to be sure.
Leader.
So we can now say John Dumelo also Fabakun.
Leader. Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I also heard your name.
Don't go there. I'm not
on. Okay. Honorable Nominee. Just one second, Leader.
All right. So, John,
I haven't said it. I was just you are leading the nominee into a very dangerous territory. And the Fabakun, leader, with all due respect, you are completely out of order.
John, you know, my posture has always been that when I get it wrong, and I know I've gotten it wrong, it shouldn't take anything away from me to say I'm sorry. It would help me to learn. I try to watch some of my videos when we are done with the chamber work in the night. If I don't do it in the night, I do it in the morning to check what I did the previous day. Was I too harsh? Was I too hard on myself? Did I do it right? Get some friends to straighten me up. When we mount the campaign platform, the rallies, we sometimes slip. Do you agree that we sometimes slip?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Let me open you up generally and see how you would recall some of the excesses, if any. Do you recall anything politically you've said that with the benefit of hindsight you say, oh, I shouldn't have said it this way, particularly so against your opponent, the former member of parliament?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I remember.
What have you to tell her?
Mr. Chairman, the words I used, I apologized accordingly the day after.
Okay. But they are not on social media.
Mr. Chairman, it's on social media.
No, I mean your apology as well.
It is, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, well done.
Thank you.
Do you have any regrets coming into mainstream politics vis-a-vis the privacy of your business life?
Mr. Chairman, no, please. I don't have any regrets.
John, how would you want to inspire the youth of Ghana? Particularly so, you coming from the area, you know, your constituency is largely of the academia stock, full of academics, students. What do you hope to inspire them with?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for me, I want to inspire people to be able to follow their passion, follow what they want to do, and do it well. I'm a man of probably many talents. In the movie industry, I think I did quite well. In the business industry, I think I'm doing quite well. And politics, I'm yet to do well. And so when some people look at me, they might be inspired to follow their dreams and follow their passions and make Ghana a better place.
Have you read your party's policy on food and agriculture? Be honest about it.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
You've read it?
Yes, please.
What's the policy on food and agriculture?
Well, our policy on food and agriculture is simple. It's to just create food sufficiency for Ghana. is to feed the industry and feed ourselves.
Through which methodology, modeling strategy? How do you hope to achieve that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the feed ourselves, we hope to produce more. We hope to reduce post-harvest losses. We hope to feed the industry, and we hope to feed ourselves and export the rest. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, in the process of ensuring food sufficiency, how does this fit into this, your slogan, 24-hour economy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Ghana is one country that has just about one farming season. Our policy and our plan is to be able to farm all year round. Now, if you want to farm all year round, that means you would have excess food items available to be able to feed the industry. Now, once we have excess and we are feeding the industry all year round, definitely these industries have to run 24 hours. And so that's how come we'll fit into the 24-hour economy. Thank you, Mr.
So what is the 24-hour economy? What is the 24-hour economy of the NDC?
Mr. Chairman,
share with us.
The 24-hour economy is one job, 3 shifts, 3 people. We don't see why Ghana should stop working at 5 o'clock. Ghana should continue working. And so if the industries are being fed 24 hours, definitely we need to employ more people. Definitely we need to move the economy forward. And so that is the 24-hour economy.
Which sectors are you going to focus on?
Sorry,
which sectors of the economy are you going to focus on? Yes.
Almost all sectors.
Okay. No. The nation is listening to you.
Yes.
Yeah. So almost all the sectors.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Right.
Those that deem it fit to be under the 24-hour economy.
Okay, so there's going to be a modeling program to allow people to fit into it. There's going to be a certain framework, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
When is that framework to be expected? Because you were sworn into office 7th January. Today is 25th of February. When should we expect this framework?
Mr. Chairman, the budget is yet to be read, and I'm sure when it's read, the clear guidelines will be outlined there.
So, should we expect a 24-hour economy secretariat at your ministry where companies will be encouraged to register in exchange for some incentives?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If rightly so, if that becomes very necessary, yes, we would have a 24-hour economy secretariat at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Yes, thank you.
Leader, please. I said earlier, and you are pretty much a smart guy yourself, and you are aware of this, that the nominee is here as a deputy minister designate for the minister. He is not a policy maker. So let's stay away. My advice to you, as my brother, as you do advise me, is that let's stay away from policy issues. Thank you very much, leader. Please, you can continue.
Honorable Member for Awutu Senya West. The Honorable Member is on oath. He is on oath. And all convo must cease. So, explain your earlier answer. I didn't get it because there were some few distractions. No, you. It's not possible.
Mr. Chairman, please, to which of the questions?
My last question.
about how it will fit into
whether in the modeling, the framework, there's going to be a desk or a secretariat at the Ministry of Agriculture for those companies, those entities in that sector to apply and to have some incentives as entities under your 24-hour economy.
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with my boss, if it deems fit, yes, we might set up a desk.
Wait. In consultation with your boss, you are going to do what? I want to understand, because we are recording you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It's not enough to be on the rally grounds talking 24-hour economy, 24-hour, to get the youth to vote for you. We are recording, so tell us, 24-hour economy, what in consultation with your minister, tell us what you are going to do.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
In consultation with my boss, if it so pleases the ministry, we will set up a desk. If
it doesn't please the ministry, if it doesn't become necessary, we should forget about the 24-hour economy upon which you mounted your campaign and won the 2024 elections. Correct?
Correct. If it becomes necessary, sir.
So it may not be necessary to set it up.
And it can be necessary, sir.
Okay, we've taken note. Now, are you aware? And I expect you to be aware because you are dealing in poultry. Are you aware that inputs, particularly insecticides, fertilizers, do not enjoy exemption anymore, that the agro industry has to pay for duties on them?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Now, do you know that this exemption that was denying that sector is really affecting the industry? Because you are a member of that industry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Once again, one of our slogans was resetting Ghana. And so if it deems fit for us to be able to implement those exemptions now, we will. Because we want to grow Ghana, we want to make Ghana move forward in the right direction.
So you would want to suggest to your minister to bring back the exemptions so that those in the agro industry will enjoy that incentive to make it cheaper for the agro sector.
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with my boss, if it becomes necessary, yes.
I'm just reminding you that your party was against tax exemption. In the past. So if you are talking about going to introduce this exemption, then the industry will be happy to receive this incentive. So repeat that assurance so that the records will capture you properly.
Mr. Chairman, it wasn't an assurance. It was in consultation with my boss. If it becomes necessary, we will implement it. Thank you.
How long have you been a member of the NDC?
Mr. Chairman, since 2008.
Prior to this, were you into politics, NPP?
Mr. Chairman, please, are you asking me if I was ever a member of the NPP?
That NPP as an example. I'm saying proud to this. Were you into politics, like say being an MPP member or CPP?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Just decided to take away our seats, which has been our safe seat all these years. John.
Mr. Chairman, I worked hard for it, sir.
Menyolo. Now, what should your people in Likwe expect from you as you are going into this ministry? You know, the Oti region, you're so endowed with agro potential. People, the farmers, predominantly farmers, now they've seen that one of their own is going into the ministry. What should the region expect? Oti region. The farmers are listening to you. John Dumelo, the gentle, honest, humble politician. What should they expect from you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I wouldn't be Deputy Minister of Agric just for Oti region. I'll be a Deputy Minister of Agric for the whole of Ghana. And there are farmers scattered all across. And so each region and its peculiar needs and wants in terms of agriculture. And so with Oti region, of course, I'm into ginger, they do a lot of ginger. I'll make sure that I support the farmers there. In Volta region, they do a lot of rice. I'll support the farmers there. In the north, they do a lot of tomatoes and onions. I'll support them. I'm supporting all the farmers generally, not just Oti region. Thank you.
John, what is your own personal view of the unemployment situation in our country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the unemployment problem is a national problem. And we in the NDC, about to reset the country, will make sure that we'll create a lot of employment opportunities, especially in the agri space. And so it's a national problem, and we are here to fix it. We might not be able to fix all, but we'll fix some. Thank you.
Have you become aware of discussions in the public space regarding Ghanaians who are losing their employment as a result of the directive of the Chief of Staff? Have you become aware?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Are some of these your constituents?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Have they come to appeal to you to help them get their jobs back?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is those who lost their jobs are being reviewed. And so those who will be re-employed will be re-employed, and those who will not be re-employed will not be re-employed. And so that's the understanding that I have.
Yes, so what, if you pay attention to me, it will be helpful. However, you have given me some information that your understanding is that those who have lost their jobs, those situations are being reviewed, and those to be taken back will be taken back. Now, don't you think that the appropriate thing, therefore, would have been to keep these guys in employment and finish the review so that you take a final decision after the review, rather than terminating the appointment that they should all go home in their thousands? I say so because you state that some are your constituents and they've come to you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think so. I think that sometimes when matters are being investigated, they ask you to step aside whilst investigations are going on. And so I think that's the rightful thing they did.
To terminate, to dismiss? Because this is not about step aside, go on some leave of a sort. They say, we've terminated your contract. I mean, that is what it is.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So you agree to that?
Yes.
That they should be sacked?
They
have been sacked?
They've not been sacked.
What have they done?
They've been sacked, but they might be recalled upon review.
Okay, so let's stay there a bit. Now, these your constituents who have lost their jobs as a result of this termination, mass dismissal. What have you been telling them as they came to you? What have you been telling them?
Mr. Chairman, I've been telling them to hold on, that everything will be fine.
So far, how many, upon account, have been approaching you?
Not that many.
You had 100, 200, 150?
Maybe 15. Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service, that had a lot of nurses posted to rural communities, all of these Ghanaians have been sent home in the name of this review, sacked, and people are suffering at the countryside, in the hinterlands. You have passion for humanity, love for humanity. Do you think that these Ghanaians must go through this? Especially those who are not getting healthcare support because the nurses have been fired. And even in the schools, that teachers have been fired. And these students in rural communities do not have access to quality teaching.
Mr. Chairman, like I stated earlier on, the appointments will be reviewed and those who will be re-employed will be re-employed.
The nation should expect that whatever review will be fair and not based on partisan consideration.
I believe so, Mr. Chairman.
Now, on your GRA tax certificate, you finished us with your tax certificate. Earlier in the vetting, you told me that you have your taxes paid up to date for both companies. But in your tax certificate, the personal income tax, PIT, we only have your assessment for 2023. And the Commissioner General tells us that 2024 is nil. Why haven't you filed your 2024 taxes?
Mr. Chairman, I think with that I'll have to confer with my tax experts to find out why that is so.
Because it's quite, I find it very curious, because without filing for 2024, you couldn't have registered. I don't want to trigger any by-election. Anyway, so can you take the leave of chair to get into this and revert to us at least before we do your report?
Granted. Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, at least for the record, let the prayer be made by him.
Honorable Nominee, please go ahead.
Please, which prayer? Please, I'd like to request that I provide the necessary documents.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
No, for the records, the necessary document in respect of your 2024 tax obligation to the state. So make that prayer.
Mr. Chairman, I pledge to provide all the necessary documents with reference to the 2024 tax obligations.
Now, I also note that on your tax clearance, your declaration for 23 is only in respect of KSD Ventures. So the application you made was in reference to KSD Ventures. So do I take it that it's a composite application for all the entities you own?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Now, this sector, agric, food and agriculture, how do you hope to inspire the youth to get into agriculture? Vis-a-vis incentives to be available. Those who are distracting the nominee, you are close to him, the comb will be by, see him paying attention. We don't want him to say, repeat. Please silence on that wing so that the nominee can focus. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ever since I got into the agric space, or ever since social media became rampant, every time I do a post about agric and making agric look exciting, I've had a lot of engagements. I've had a lot of people wanting to get into the agric space. But what I tell them is that not everybody can be a farmer. And so you have the whole value chain. You have those who farm, you have those who provide transport, you have those who provide agric inputs, you have those who add value to it. And I feel and I believe that ever since I made it very public that I'm into farming, a lot more young people have gotten into agriculture, which is a good thing. Because if you look at the average age of farmers in Ghana, we are talking of over 50, 55 years, which is bad. And so we need more people to get into agriculture. We need more people to drive the agricultural bus. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you agree with me that capital is a critical challenge when it comes to agriculture? The young men and women that you want to inspire to get into agriculture, get into farming, especially the graduates, people who are done with uni and moving to office with CVs, that you want to encourage to get into agriculture. One of their worries will be capital, money, funding. How do you hope to address this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In all my engagements across the country when I'm speaking to the youth, I tell them to always start small. And they shouldn't look at the bigger picture. They should look at the bigger picture, but they should always start small. And so if your dream is to have 1,000 cattle, you can start with one or two. If your dream is to have 2,000 goats, just start with one or two. If your dream is to make or add value to whatever it is you're producing, just start with something small and grow with the business. And so yes, I do tell them that you start small because most of the time when you start big, you don't have the experience. You are likely to crash. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So from the NDC's manifesto, particularly your policy on food and agriculture, should the Ghanaian youth be assured that you are going to provide capital as an incentive to support them into agriculture?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not just capital, but we are focusing more on giving you items to start with, like the Nkrumah project. And so with the Nkrumah project, we are giving you day-old chicks, we are giving you some farm input, we are giving you cages for you to grow with the business. For other engagements like starting your own home farming, we are just going to give you some small capacity building to be able to start. And so it's not just about capital, it's about also capacity building. Thank you.
When do we expect this? When should we really expect this?
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with my boss, we will let the House know, or the whole of Ghana know when it can commence.
You know, Mr. President, mandate is up to 2028.
Correct.
The 4 years started counting from the 7th of January. So there is no time. Those hardliners will be advising that chase your political opponent. You have to tell them that it's about judge for the people, not persecution of opponent. Because persecution of opponent seems to have started, but the judge for the people, not yet. So when the country would want to know, they've heard you on talking about what your opponents have done wrong, they've heard you, but what about your own mandate? When are you going to start? At least give an indication. Your boss is here. Leave can be granted for you to consult him.
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with my boss, we'll let the House know when we start.
Very well. We'll take you. We'll take you for your word. Now, this women banking. Have you heard about it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What is it about? What is it about?
Thank you, Mr.
I've seen one of my mates right behind you. He's giving a signal that we should end soon. But I'm telling you that you're doing well thus far. So it's a basis for the continuation. But we'll be done soon. Don't worry. I know the chiefs have sat for some time.
Thank you.
But we'll be done soon.
Thank you.
These are relevant matters for the industry, especially as you are a young man. Your campus people would want to know the promises you bring on board in the area you've been nominated for.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the area of agriculture, or in the area of business, what we realize is that women are always a formidable force. They are almost always the ones who can do business and do it well. But unfortunately, access to credit or funding is always a problem for them. And that's why the NDC agreed or has agreed to establish the women banking to be able to lend money to women at a relatively lower rate so that they can expand their business, they can create more businesses and create more jobs for the economy. Thank you.
So a bank is going to be the state as the sole shareholder.
I'm not aware of the modalities, but what I do know is that a facility or a bank will be established to lend money to women.
With branches across the nation?
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we have the NEIP, we have MASLOC, we have the Ghana Enterprise Agency. Particularly Ghana Enterprise Agency is providing support to our women. In fact, they created a digitalized platform so effective that you don't even need to know somebody to access that facility. You think that all these are not enough?
No, Mr. Chairman. With the kind of economy that we have, all these are not enough. We still need more.
So the resetting of Ghana, what does it entail at all? The resetting of Ghana. This whole reset, what is it all about? Share with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, in the last 8 years, our economy hasn't been that good. And hasn't been that good. Hence, the need to reset Ghana. Hence, the need to reset Ghana in all aspects of the economy.
When you say our economy hasn't been that good, I want to appreciate the context. Are you relating it to the COVID that struck the world, the external shocks vis-a-vis the Russian-Ukraine war and other external factors, or what? What exactly do you mean by the last 8 years the economy hasn't been that good? I want you to place it in proper context. I want to understand you. Are you referring to the COVID that struck the world, where for a whole year, the whole world was in a form of a lockdown, where there was no production, where government had to pay public sector workers even when no revenue has been generated, where GRA could not go out to take taxes, yet every public sector employee was supposed to be paid? Please explain to me what exactly you mean by the last 8 years the economy hasn't been that good.
Mr. Chairman, if you listen to some of the comments made by the past administration, they confirmed and confessed that the economy was bad. And so I'm just reiterating what they said to say that the economy wasn't that good, hence the need for the NDC to reset Ghana in the right direction.
So in the general sense of external shocks is what you mean?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Then in what sense? I mean, I just need you to...
The external shocks affected everybody.
Right.
But Ghana wasn't able to drive out of it the way we expected them to.
No, explain. I just want to understand.
What I mean is that you mentioned COVID. You
Right.
mentioned Russia, Ukraine. But Russia, Ukraine, and COVID affected almost every country in the world. Some were able to navigate out of it, some couldn't.
Some of the countries that did a successful navigation...
Relatively, Ghana did poor.
No, it's okay. I'm happy with the conversation. I mean, this is a public discussion and for the records. Share with us those countries that, in your view, and you can limit yourself to the sub-region, those countries in the sub-region that, in your view, they navigated better out of the COVID and met expectation. And unfortunately, Ghana could not. Please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm only repeating what some of your party members said during their campaign time. That
this is the honorable nominee.
Yes, sir.
Let's not go into campaign. Now you are a public officer.
Yes.
Okay? Where you rely on data and facts. If you don't want to base your argument on some facts, statistics, and data, then let's retreat and then make progress. But if we are going to say things that people say on campaign platform, even my own party members, as you're saying, then we cannot make progress as a nation.
Mr. Chairman, let's retreat and make progress, please.
Chairman, that will be all for him.
Thank you very much, Leader. I will try and end proceedings very soon. But I want to take you back, and I hope members will permit me. I want to take you back to the economy. Since Leader raised the economy issue. I want to know how you are going to help your minister in trying to resolve the food inflation situation that we have in this country and we've had for the last 8 years. If you look at the inflation numbers, and this is a fact, if you look at the components of inflation that is described as food inflation, it's been the chunk of the inflation numbers that we've had for the last 8 years. When we got to the dizzy height of inflation, and that is in 2022, when inflation was around 54%, the biggest component of that inflation was food inflation. Today, as inflation is coming down, and it's not down enough, again, the biggest chunk of that inflation is food inflation. What that clearly tells you, and economists or whoever, statisticians or whoever you engage will tell you, is that we are not providing sufficient food for ourselves. Here, I'm segregating the inflation, the food inflation, to domestic food and food that comes from outside. And they are both affected by inflation. but a chunk of that inflation, that is food inflation, is also a domestic food inflation, which clearly tells you that as a country, we have food insecurity. We are not, that is for the last 8 years. The government has just come in. So they will have nothing to do with food insecurity at this stage. So for the last 8 years, and this is, you may address yourself as the budget is coming very soon. With the budget for the last 8 years, which we have here in Parliament, and you will notice that food inflation has persistently been high for the last 8 years. I will add this so I don't make it two separate questions. Now, you move away from inflation, which is to do with the economy, into growth, which is also to do with the economy. You will also realize that the growth of Ghana's economy, if you break it down, the food inflation has been declining for the last 8 years. Even now, that growth is going up. When you look at the curve, the food component of the growth So I just want to find out from you, since we have this serious challenge with inflation in terms of food inflation and with growth in terms of food insecurity, can you assure us that you will support your minister, who I know is very passionate with food inflation, to help us reduce the inflation component that is to do with food, and I mean domestic food, food grown in Ghana, not imported food. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would support my minister to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to engage my leader here in a minor negotiation. And Nominee, you have given me the assurance. You have, please, my leader interrupted me. So can you give your answer again, if you don't mind?
Yes, please. I've given the assurance together with my boss, the substantive minister.
I don't know whether to call this an ambush or not, but no. I will reluctantly yield. Is Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku here? And Honorable Henry Oseakutu is also here. Honorable Frimpon is also here. I just want to make sure. Please. We've been here for quite a while. I just want to make sure we wrap this up. I have granted, what the leader has said. I just wanted to make sure the members that we are talking about are actually here in the room. Okay, I will start with Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, how many questions am I entitled to? 3. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Nominee, Congratulations.
Thank you.
My first question, I hope you are familiar with cocoa. My first question, there are disturbing reports that some farmers are giving their cocoa farms out to illegal miners, what we call the galamsey. Apart from the promise that the minister made, that cocoa farmers will be paid 70% of the world market price, apart from that, what other measures will you put in place to ensure that farmers do not offer their cocoa farms to galamseys?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that the answer that my boss gave was one of the best answers to solve, or one of the best solutions to solve this problem. Giving the cocoa farmers the right price would deter them from selling their cocoa farms. The second one is also to restructure or structure the whole mining industry well, so that wherever they mine, they will not be able to affect these cocoa farms. But I think that the main one is about pricing, and that's what my boss suggested, and that's what the NDC will do. Thank you.
Follow-up question. So when should farmers expect the 70% payment?
Mr. Chairman, normally the new, with the commencement of the new farming season, which is in October, that's when they review the prices. But I'm in no position to commit myself when it comes to the commencement of the new prices.
The previous government reviewed the producer price in between. After the opening of the cocoa season, the price was reviewed in between. So are you telling cocoa farmers that the new price will not be announced until the new season?
Mr. Chairman, in consultation with my boss, we'll be able to give the right answer at the appropriate time.
All right, Chairman, still on cocoa. There are a lot of discussions.
Now your second question.
Yeah, my second question, Chairman.
Thank you.
There are a lot of discussions about the involvement of the private sector in the external marketing of cocoa. What is your position on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have to be very innovative when it comes to the cocoa sector. And if that would improve our market share, if that would improve our export, if that would improve our whole cocoa industry, then that would be a very, very good suggestion. But like I always say, I would have to consult my boss, and we'll see the right solution for this problem. Thank you.
Chairman, my last question. I've gone through your manifesto, and it appears the manifesto is elaborate on crops, production of crops, and also to some extent on poultry production. But when it comes to ruminants, you know, it's very scanty. Does it mean that you are going to neglect the production of ruminants? Because you know, poultry, protein intake in Ghana is very low. You know, and the poultry industry has also suffered. So if the concentration is only on poultry, how sure are you that the intake of protein in Ghana, you know, can increase? You know, because if you look at what the FAO recommends, we are far below. But your manifesto doesn't address the production of meat adequately. You know, what assurance can you give to Ghanaians when it comes to animal production?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things we are going to do is to well-equip our breeding centers, our livestock breeding centers. In the past, they haven't really been equipped, and what we are going to do is to really equip them. And an example is bringing in new breeding the livestock and letting it out into the particular district. And so we'll try as much as possible to decentralize the breeding centers so that more people can have access to the new breeds that are available for us to have multiple production going on.
I think I'm going to move on to Honorable Osei. He's done, leader. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and also giving me the opportunity. Respectively, my name is Seth Henry. Seth Osei Akoto, respectively. That's my name. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
You have just indicated us that along the line, your passion had driven you into certain areas, including agriculture. Now, I consider you as a practitioner in the agriculture sector. So far, can you tell us or share with us the three most difficult challenges you have faced as a practitioner in agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first challenge is access to credit. Access to credit for me to be able to expand. The second challenge is our land tenure system. Sometimes you go to certain places, you negotiate for the land, they give you the go-ahead. After a year or two, when they realize that everything is going on well, they'll tell you that they want their land back. And this problem is not just peculiar to me, but peculiar to other farmers. The third one is also lack of machinery. The rainy season is just about to start. What happens is that sometimes before you book a tractor, it can take you months before the tractor is able to come to your field to plow. And before that, the rainy season is over. And so sometimes these are the challenges that I face and other farmers face. And so in my whole life of being a farmer, these are some of the challenges I've faced. But the most important one is access to credit. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, follow up. The credit. When the minority leader was asking you some questions, he did mention about women's banking.
it affordable. And hopefully that will decrease the food import bill. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, I'm done. Thank you very much. And then I wish Honorable Nominee the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will now move to Honorable Frimpong. Yeah, Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, congratulations on your nomination. And I will ask you just a few questions. John, you are going to a ministry where a lot of work has been documented. What do you know about the PFJ1 document and PFJ2 documents?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do know about the PFJ1 and the PFJ2. What I can say is that I haven't read much into it, but what I can also say is that there will be some form of review to continue those that we have to continue and discontinue, or even modify some of the things that we have to, because this is the agricultural space. Irrespective of how we coin it or name it, people have to eat. And we at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture will make that there's food on the table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask this question because basically the name of the ministry is Food and Agriculture. It is very instructive to note that the food component is the key. So if you have these documents, that painstaking research has gone into the development of these projects. You're going there. When you get the nod from Parliament to go there to support your minister, I hope you are going to read. You said you just glance through them. What have you noticed in them that you think could be positive to support your minister?
Honorable. The nominee is a deputy minister designate to the substantive minister. He is not here to answer policy questions, so please don't ask him one. And, Mr. Nominee, you are also not to answer policy questions, because that's not what you are here for. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this benevolent dictatorship, but I don't think I will take it, Mr. Chairman. No, Mr. Chairman.
I am part of a dictator.
No.
But I'm just guiding you. Please go ahead and ask your question.
If you say I should ask anything,
I said any question that is a policy question. It's not what we are here for.
Mr. Chairman,
therefore I'm guiding you. Please go ahead with your question. You are a special request that I have granted. Please go ahead. It's a special request I've granted.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, yes, I take a cue. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from John. I know, John, you are going to sit in an office I just left, and there's so much in that ministry. You are aware of, you just mentioned one of the answers about food security and all that. Do you have an idea about the crops that Ghana is self-sufficient and those that Ghana is not self-sufficient?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With self-sufficiency, I will mention maize, I will mention yam, I will mention plantain. These are just a few items that we are self-sufficient in. The self-insufficient, I would mention rice.
It's becoming quite noisy. We've been here for a while. We have got our guests here who have been sitting here also for a very long time. We want to wrap this up as quickly as possible. So please, honorable members, let's allow honorable member to ask his questions and allow the nominee to answer. do not engage the nominee. He is under oath. Please. Honorable Member, continue.
For the items that we don't produce that much, I'll mention maize and I'll mention rice. Thank you.
I just want to correct something you just said. Because he mentioned maize as one of those.
No, go ahead.
But you just also mentioned that you mentioned maize as one of the crops that you are not self-sufficient in. That's contradictory. So you better correct yourself. Okay, so John, you know this phenomenon of climate change affecting agriculture seriously.
Your second question, I presume.
Yeah, this is the second.
Thank you.
And then just supposing down food crop production. What are some of the recommendations you give to the minister when giving the note for us to circumvent the drudgery of climate change in food production?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to climate change, yes, it has an effect on agriculture. Quite recently, in recent times, you have excessive flooding, you have excessive drought, and so on and so forth. And this obviously has affected our food production. And so with the excessive drought, some of the solutions will be the irrigation scheme that we talked about. With the excessive floods, what we can do is to plant more trees to be able to be a shield when it comes to irrigation. And so these are some of the few things that we can do, and I'll suggest to my minister about how to tackle climate change. The last one will also be to grow food that are resistant, or have seeds that are resistant to some of these droughts, or some of these stuff. Climate situation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. John, this is a general question. I know you're a civil engineer, right? You're a civil engineer.
No, please.
Come again?
No. Yeah.
All right. I was going to ask you if you know about the irrigation schemes that we have in this country. Do you have an idea how many irrigation schemes you have in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we do have approximately 223 irrigation schemes in this country, out of which 189 are functional in this country. The largest one is the Pond irrigation scheme, which covers over 3,000 hectares. The second largest is the Tono one, which covers about 2,400 hectares of land.
Chairman. I'm done. John, congrats again.
Thank you.
I wish you well.
Thank you so much, sir.
Honorable member. This before you go on, leader. This is a special dispensation that we have honestly concluded the meeting with the last names given to me by the honorable minority leader. I am inviting you to come in because Honorable Patricia says that she's yielded her question twice actually. One in the leader. So please go ahead.
Chairman, thank you, but must not be on our record that it is a favor being done me. Per our standing orders, I am properly placed as a leader of this house to participate and ask questions. It's by right. And then
no, when the meeting is actually closed. I've given you a special dispensation. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. or Honorable Dumelo. I congratulate you. Chairman, he is my classmate. Study masters together at Jimpa, governance and leadership. So when it comes to his ability, I don't doubt because we have studied together. Except that in 2019 and prior to the 2024 election, have you ever described your opponent as a bloody widow?
Honorable member, this question was asked by the minority leader and is being answered. You were not here. Well, you haven't got to the angle yet, because so far you have repeated and you are expecting an answer from him. That I will not take as an angle, unless you add the angle to what you have said so far.
Okay, Chairman, even though that question was asked, and like I said, you know, I wanted to lay the foundation that haven't known him and then being with him, I don't know he will be somebody who will say something against women. I wanted to establish the fact that because when that alleged statement was made, there was an outcry from women in society. And I wanted to lay that foundation, the person that I know, to be able to say whether he's a woman, he's a person who is actually anti-women and anti-the progress of women. That's the background I wanted to lay. Are you anti-progress of women in politics?
Please, honorable member, you have asked a question. Can you allow the nominee to answer and address the chairman, please?
Mr. Chairman, please no.
Please go ahead and answer, honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman, please no.
So now I'll bring you back to when we were studying together. Chairman, it's okay, because the way Honorable Baba, congratulations, is saying, I don't want to go much. She wants me to say bye-bye and congratulations, but I wouldn't say that, except to say that, or to add, that if you go to the ministry, try to assist your minister. The ministry is a very, it's big, it's huge, and you should not try to jump the gun. And also note that when you go to the ministry, you are not in your movie industry as you are. Try to be as serious as you can, so that you can be able to assist your minister to succeed. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I congratulate the nominee.
Thank you very much, honorable members, that we have exhausted all the questions that we have this evening. I will proceed to acknowledge, the guest lists that I'm holding. And these are people who came, or friends and family who are here to support the nominee. Godfrey Ashizani, spokesperson for La Baoshi, or Baolish, forgive me. I know. Baolishi, Traditional Council. And then Mrs. Gifty Dumelo, the wife of the nominee. Mrs. Caroline Edu Asumeni, Benjamin Abonyeche, Roots of Fabia Buzia, Head of Strategic Communication, Ministry of Finance, Raphael Lutroy, Mr. John Terry Maleza, Miss Sana Boatin, Abobi Aiti, Ayawasu West Constituency Chairman, Mr. Mr. Kwame Nkrumah Botio, CPP General Secretary, Dr. Felix Kamasa, President of the Ghana Producers of Vegetables and Exporters. And the last and not the least is Mr. James Gardner. I would like to thank our guests or the guests of the nominee for coming to support the nominee. I would like to bring the curtains to a close and say to the nominee that you are discharged. Thank you very much. And just before you go, please, I have a message which is a message that was agreed between myself and the minority leader, that at the end of proceedings of yesterday and today, we have agreed by consensus of the nominees we have vetted. Thank you very much.